Chapter 3894. Just then, cha-cha-cha. Tiny cracking sounds were heard. Although they passed through the blood waves, they still clearly fell on the bodies of these crystal beauties. The old voice was shocked. Not good. The earth overturning sword diagram is about to be broken by the Buddhist sect. We can't wait any longer. Elders, let's go and kill the remaining Buddhist sect disciples. Before the voice fell, the 8 crystal beauties' bodies were covered in clear light. They were like rising stars rushing towards the blood waves. Damn it! Waiting for the consciousness of the Chu clan's master and the other 8 to fly away, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua couldn't help but shout, the Chu clan is really insidious. They first used the blood essence of the 8 female cultivators to activate the 8 beautiful sculptures, then pretended to take them away. In fact, the 8 beautiful sculptures were left in the blood pool. What's more, the Chu clan's patriarch and the other 7 literary saints left their consciousnesses inside. Now that they've flown out, not only can their consciousnesses control the 8 statues to kill, but they can also use the statues to teleport to the sword diagram. This is something that the Buddhist sect's disciples would never expect. The most important thing is, they seem to be coveting this restriction, and they are hiding it from Wurongjiang. The bone-honing Xiao Hua said indifferently, scholarly cultivator, it seems, even if you don't help the devil spirit, you still won't be able to succeed. Thank you, brother bone-honing. Although it was the first time the devil spirit Xiao Hua spoke, his innate cleverness was far from being comparable to other clones. Make your move. The bone-honing Xiao Hua said proudly, with the metal origin, this old man has already begun to compete with the devil blade. Good. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua knew that this was a critical moment. He didn't dare to delay any longer. The 3 colored flames drew out his true qi and entered his blood vessels. That true qi was like a warm spring breeze, blocking the fluctuations in his blood vessels. As soon as the fluctuations disappeared, his blood vessels began to circulate. Strands of black flames came out of Xiao Hua's blood vessels and began to frantically repair his body. Moreover, the devil qi gushed out from Xiao Hua's body and firmly wrapped around him. Even the blood threads and black flames that couldn't be refined by demon spirit Xiao Hua before also fell into the demon qi. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua's figure expanded again, and the sleeping demon god Xiao Hua appeared again. Alas! Seeing the devil spirit Xiao Hua wreaking havoc once again, scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua slightly sighed. He was very clear that the righteous qi of scholarly cultivators was the nemesis of the devil qi. In this god-devil blood pool, the devil qi under the influence of fluctuation surpassed ordinary devil qi. Therefore, even the righteous qi couldn't erase the devil qi. Moreover, his Xiantian true qi had fused with the devil qi, so the devil qi controlled by Xiao Hua was of a higher quality than ordinary devil qi. To be able to refine the devil qi and black flames in this god-devil blood pool, then the devil spirit Xiao Hua's blood drop paradise had already surpassed the real blood drop paradise. In the future, perhaps other than scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, other primordial spirits might not be his opponent. Not to mention that the devil spirit Xiao Hua had absorbed the devil qi and black flames in the god-devil blood pool. Just the sword diagram was indeed as dangerous as the Chu family head had said. Many sword grids were damaged, and waves of blood were splashing out from the damaged areas. Moreover, many sword grids had many Buddhist protectors fighting against a scholarly cultivator expert. The entire sword diagram was in imminent danger. Boom! At this critical moment, 8 loud noises came from 8 different locations of the sword diagram. The 8 beauties once again appeared in the sky. Awe! At this time, not only were the Buddhist disciples shocked, but many scholarly cultivators were also shocked. After all, everyone saw the 8 beauties being taken away by a group of female cultivators. However, they didn't have much time to think. The 8 beauties' bodies surged with clouds and turned into scholarly robes. One by one, male scholarly cultivators appeared in the sky. Chu Yun. A slightly old voice came from the sword grids. On one of the sword grids, a hunchbacked old monk exclaimed in surprise, You actually left your will in these crystal statues. Amitba. At the same time, a mocking voice came from the distance, scholarly cultivators are the most particular about etiquette and law. Scholarly cultivators have always looked down on women. Now, you were forced to reveal yourselves as women. Even a hen can't compare to you. This poor monk was able to see the most shameful thing of scholarly cultivators in this world. This trip was not in vain. Even if you saw it, what can you do? An old man with an ancient face waved his hand, and a sword energy slashed across the sky. The monk's voice disappeared in a chaotic Buddhist light. Kill. Chu Yun's face was ferocious. She waved her hands, and a few rings with inscriptions fell from the sky towards the nearest Buddhist sect guardians. The monks quickly waved their Buddhist weapons and activated their telekinesis. Even though the Buddha's light was extinguished and the heavenly dragon's power was boosted, Chu Yun was the wisdom saint, one of the most powerful people in the Chu clan. How could these Buddhist sect guardians, who were only at the 7th level, be her match? The rune rings were like ropes that strangled the Buddhist sect protectors. When they wrapped around the bodies of the Buddhist children, not only did they extinguish the Buddhist light, but they also twisted their flesh and blood into blood that dripped onto the sword diagram. Since Chu Yun was like this, the other 7 elders were not merciful either. Each of them channeled their techniques and killed dozens of Buddhist children like wolves in a flock of sheep. Amitba. A loud and clear Buddhist chant was heard, and several beams of Buddhist light rushed into the portal in the sky. Then, several Buddhist senses came out of the portal like a breeze, and there was even a bloody smell coming from the Buddhist senses. Not good. Chu Yun said loudly, I'm afraid there are 8th-level Buddhist sect protectors coming. Let's hurry over. Okay. The other 7 elders naturally sensed this as well. How could they dare to delay? They all responded in unison. The aura of the 8 beauties was 10 times stronger than before. This aura rushed into the sky, and countless rays of light appeared within a few thousand miles. The entire sword diagram was swept up by a powerful hurricane. Ha! 8 rays of light that could cover the entire sky flew over from afar and landed on the sword diagram in an instant. The rays of light passed by the 8 beauties, and the 8 crystal statues fell from the sky again. This time, they landed on the sword diagram and didn't move anymore. Just as Chu Yun and the other 8 Chu family cultivators appeared in the sky, the roars of dragons and tigers came out from the portal. Several huge Buddhist sect protectors, some riding dragons, some riding tigers and leopards, flew out with strange Buddhist treasures in their hands. Amitba, I didn't think that the crystal skeletons would have the wills of experts. Chu Yun, you guys hid so well. I thought I wouldn't have to reveal myself, but in the end, you guys forced me to show myself. A ferocious-looking monk riding a dragon said to Chu Yun. Seeing this monk, Chu Yun was surprised and asked curiously, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. Why is it you? Weren't you guarding the southern sea in the western paradise world? Compared to the monsters in the southern sea, the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent are even more ferocious. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King sneered, almost all of the Buddhist disciples in the hidden immortal continent were killed by you guys. If I didn't come, how would I be able to show my Buddhist sect protector's duty? These are also the heavenly kings under the Mahavirakana revered one, right? Chu Yun asked softly as she glanced at the heavenly kings. None of them were weaker than Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, and each of them had a murderous aura that normal Buddhist disciples didn't have. Hee, you don't have to worry about that, benefactor. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed, plus, we didn't know that the revered one came here. It was all our own idea. How could the Mahavairakana revered one not know that the heavenly kings of the Western Paradise world have come to the hidden immortal continent? If you guys die here, it'll be a loss to the Thunder Sound Temple. How could you be the only one who can bear the responsibility? Chu Yun sneered, if you guys know what's good for you, you should turn back now. I can still protect your reputation, haha. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed arrogantly, I'm already here, and you're telling me to turn back. Are all of my schemes going to go down the drain? Chu Yun, you've been scheming for so many years. Today, I'll send you to the ultimate land of bliss. I'll let you hear the mercy mantra of bliss. As he spoke, Buddhist clouds surged around suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. Aside from Buddhist light, there were also blood-red flames of karma within the clouds. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from within the flames. These were the souls of the evildoers killed by suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. As suppressing Dragon Heavenly King activated his telekinesis, strands of netherworld chi appeared in the void within a few hundred miles. Faint wisps of faith power also fell from the sky. Buddhas are demons, and demons are Buddhas. Buddhist sect protectors are Buddhas and demons. It's true. A serious expression appeared on Chu Yun's face. Layers of flame-like sword hair appeared in the surrounding 10 miles, and within the sword hair, tiny Chu Yun's shadow could be seen. Chu Yun said in a low voice, and the tens of thousands of sword hair also emitted a sound. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One is Buddhas, and the other is demons. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King spoke again. His voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, Buddhas are Buddhas, and everyone else is demons. Therefore, anyone who isn't a Buddhist should be killed. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Chants of Buddhist names and the sound of wooden fish rang out. Waves of telekinesis power appeared in the void, and the power of demons rushed out from the Buddhist light. Within this power, there was the fire of karma that could send all living beings into the cycle of reincarnation. The sky turned red, and these Buddhist techniques pressed down on Chu Yun like the sky was collapsing. If a person fears death, then life is meaningless. If a person despises death, then death is meaningless. I sacrifice my sword to life and death. Let's see what's best between life and death. Chu Yun wasn't afraid at all. She chanted inscriptions, and billions of swords rushed towards the Buddhist light. Chu Yun's body expanded and became thin. She looked like a sword light, but also like a sword body. She pierced toward suppressing Dragon Heavenly King with unparalleled power. Chapter 3895. While Chu Yun and the suppressing Dragon Heavenly King were fighting, the other elders of the Chu family were also fighting with the other heavenly kings. Although these 8th-level Essence Force experts were very powerful, their control of their strength was also very strong. They were all able to control their strength within 1,000 miles. Although the sky and light within the 1,000 miles were all blurry, no one could tell who was winning and who was losing. Of course, the power of their fight didn't leak out, and it didn't affect the people fighting on the sword diagram. At this time, Murong Junping and Murong Tsongyun, who were covered in wounds, were dumbstruck as they watched the fight in the sky. They had thought a lot, and heard some secrets from Murong Jiang, but they didn't expect that the Chu family's trap would attract the heavenly kings of the Thunder Temple. Although these heavenly kings weren't the true heavenly king Buddha fruits, and were only praises from the Mahavairakana revered Buddha to the Buddhist sect's protectors, they knew that today's battle would have a far-reaching impact. This was simply a simulation of the immortal Buddha array. 14th Uncle. Murong Tsongyun looked at the 6th-grade elemental energy monk who was killed by the two of them. His flesh and blood seeped into the sword diagram and disappeared. He whispered, "Let's think of a way to escape. If we stay here, we'll die sooner or later." This isn't a battle we can decide. Yun, do you think I don't want to leave? Murong Junping smiled bitterly. Once we enter the sword diagram, we become one with it. If the sword diagram doesn't disappear, we can't leave. This is very clear in the jade eyes. But Murong Tsongyun argued that Xiaohua seemed to be able to escape from the sword diagrams. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Murong Junping shook his head. He might have used a Daoist secret technique. It's not something a Confucian cultivator can use. Could it be? Yun is going to die here. Murong Tsongyun's face was deathly pale. She had already seen that the fighting on the dozens of sword guards to her left had stopped, just like her. However, the ones living on the sword guards were all Buddhist protectors. Although these monks were also covered in blood, their eyes were filled with killing intent and disregard. They turned their heads to look at Murong Tsongyun. Boom! Misfortune never came alone. 1,000 miles away from Murong Tsongyun, a huge spinning pot spun like a mountain. On both sides of the pot, there was a golden Buddhist light and a red lotus karmic fire spinning around the sword diagram like two chains. Hundreds of Confucian disciples were killed by the Buddhist light and red lotus karmic fire, turning into meat paste and falling onto the sword diagram. Right now, the Buddhist light and karmic fire were sweeping towards Murong Tsongyun. Above the pot, a heavenly king wearing a strange monk robe was chanting Buddhist scriptures. His face was expressionless as he activated the pot. This time, the Chu family sent out their patriarch and 7 elders. However, the Buddhist sect protector had already calculated the Chu family strength. This time, there were 9 Buddhist sect protectors. While the other 8 were fighting with the Chu family, the remaining Buddhist sect protectors easily took the lives of the Chu family disciples. I knew it. Buddhist sect disciples are all sanctimonious people. Normally, they're all very kind. They say things like don't harm ants when sweeping the floor, don't cover the lamp with moths. Those are all nonsense. Look at your ferocious faces. If the Immortal Town's followers saw this, how sad would they be? How can they think of Buddhism like this? Suddenly, a faint voice with a hint of ridicule came from the sky. When Murong Tsongyun heard this, her face was filled with disbelief. She exclaimed in disbelief, second uncle. Why is he here? Where's 7th uncle? Yes, of course it's 2nd uncle. Murong Junping was also crying tears of joy. He shouted, only a literary saint like 2nd uncle can kill a heavenly king. However, before Murong Junping could look up, a cloud pillar suddenly flew over from another direction. When it reached the sword diagram, it condensed into a large hand. It reached down and grabbed the teleportation channel. Numerous vast crystal threads thicker than dragons appeared from the void and flashed on both sides of the hand. Boom boom. A deafening sound rang out. The teleportation channel was pulled by the hand and moved more than 100 li. However, just as it moved 100 li, the green seal text in the teleportation channel suddenly went crazy. It was like thousands of butterflies flapping their wings. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire teleportation channel collapsed. Streaks of green lightning flew out and hit the hand. The thick vast crystal threads on the hand were destroyed, and the entire hand collapsed. See. Murong Tsongyun sucked in a breath of cold air and groaned, which literary star senior is this? However, when the hand dissipated, the cloud pillar also disappeared. That literary star who didn't show himself didn't even leave behind a trace of aura. Not to mention Murong Tsongyun, even Murong Junping didn't know which literary star attacked on a whim. At this time, Murong Tsongyun and Murong Junping didn't have the time to think too much. In the sky, there were flashes of light. Many familiar faces appeared like bright moons in the sky. Their originally despairing mood was now overflowing with joy. Murong Tsongyun cried out in joy, Gongshu. Gongshu Yenin, Duanmu Jiji, Huangfu Gongqing, Zhangsenji, Yuan Wenqing. Heavens, why are all the literary saints from the first-tier families here? Not only that. Murong Junping said with a smile, from the first-tier families, Kong Qing, Meng Meng, and the second-tier families, Mo Xia, Zhou Jin, and Lu Qin, are all here. These seniors. Murong Tsongyun cried out, why didn't 7th granduncle tell us that they were coming? Let alone 7th granduncle, it seems that even the Chu family might not know about the arrival of the literary saints. Murong Junping looked at the dead disciples of the Chu family on the sword diagram and the 8 literary saints of the Chu family who were fighting fiercely with the Buddhist sect's guardian kings in the sky. Murong Tsongyun's expression changed slightly. He suddenly seemed to understand something. He nodded slightly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The secret behind this was not something she could know. Right now, she only knew that she could survive, and that was more important than anything else. After the dozen or so literary saints appeared, other than Lu Qin who was fighting against the monster-rogue Heavenly King, the other literary saints all moved and teleported on the sword diagram. In an instant, they surrounded the 9 Buddhist sect guardian kings. As for the Buddhist sect guardian who was still killing the scholarly disciples, they didn't even look at him. This was because in the direction where the literary saints appeared, Murong Jiang and the other disciples of the aristocratic families also rushed over. The dozen or so literary saints stood in the air, and the powerful aura around them enveloped the 10,000 li space above the sword diagram. The origin of this aura was scholarly, so it was very easy for them to unite. These literary saints glanced at each other. Although they couldn't see each other, they had already communicated with each other through their aura. Gongshu Yenin and the other 4 literary saints chanted the inscriptions on their armor, and the true qi in their bodies rushed into the battle to help the Chu family's elder. Kong Cheng and the other 5 literary saints raised their hands and slapped the sword diagram below them. Scholarly cultivators always emphasized on covering the sky with one hand, and these 6 hands covered the entire sky. When they fell into the sword diagram, the entire sword diagram shook violently, and then, tens of millions of sword pillars pierced the sky. Not only that, but countless vast crystal threads crazily fell into the sword pillars. The sword pillars rushed out for 10,000 feet, and they were already as thick as a mountain peak. Wang wang. The sword pillars emitted a terrifying sword hum. One after another, materialized subbodies emerged from the bodies of these literary sages. They were none other than the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly kings who were wielding the sword pillars and stabbing at the various battles. Amitabha, I have truly learned something today. Not only did I see a scholarly saint wearing a woman's body, but I also saw a scholarly saint using numbers to bully a single person. The so-called vast righteousness, the so-called magnanimity, and the so-called indomitable spirit are nothing but words on paper, a mask used to cover up the peace. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King finally couldn't fight against Chu Yun and Gongshu Yenin, the 2 literary saints. He struggled to get half of his body out of the battle and shouted loudly. The dragon under his feet was now severely injured, and its entire body was twitching violently. It didn't look like it was going to survive. Gongshu Yenin's 5-colored true qi condensed into half a Chinese redbud flower above his head. He came out of the chaotic vast qi in thought power and said coldly, "Thou art the guardian of the nirvana world, killing demons and protecting Buddha is the right path. But where is this place? My scholarly cultivator's territory. You invaded my territory and killed my disciple, and you still want to talk about justice with my scholarly cultivators. My Buddhist sect's true meaning is righteous, and the Buddha's light saves all living beings from suffering. Your scholarly cultivator's scriptures are too narrow and hard to justify. The people of the hidden immortal continent chose my Buddhist sect scriptures, but you didn't reflect on yourself, and instead killed my Buddha's light. Aren't you the demons in my eyes? You set up such a trap to lure my Buddhist disciple. What's the difference between you and the prostitutes in front of the brothel who sell their smiles to seduce innocent people? Do you still have the face to talk about justice in front of me? Seeing that the teleportation portal was destroyed, and the surrounding space was sealed by more than 10 literary saints, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King knew that today's matter wouldn't end well, so he decided to throw away all pretenses and even put the word prostitute on the scholarly cultivators. Others might not care, but Chu Yun's face was abnormally red. It wasn't only because the trap was set up by the Chu family, but also because there was something wrong with the origin of the 8 beauty sculpture. Although Chu Yun had the strength of an 8th level essence chi, she couldn't help but feel confused. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King immediately saw through Chu Yun's confusion. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King didn't do anything, but a strand of Buddha's light suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun's chest. However, this Buddha's light wasn't righteous, but had traces of blood. Each strand of Buddha's light had the shape of a demon. Chapter 3896. Brother Chu, watch out. Gong Shu Yenin hurriedly reminded him. He waved his hand, and countless armor glyphs appeared around the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, trapping him tightly. Chu Yun suddenly realized what was going on. Seeing the Buddha's light invading her dantian, her expression changed again. Boom boom. Chu Yun's chest caved in at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chu Yun's body quickly retreated, and when she stabilized herself in the air, not only were her clothes messy, but her bloodstains were also visible. Damn it! Chu Yun cursed as he looked at the literary saints and heavenly kings fighting everywhere. He had mixed feelings. The sudden appearance of 11 literary saints from different families was definitely beyond Chu Yun's expectations. Back then, when the families were discussing the trap, Chu Yun had other thoughts. He was the first to reject the literary saints from the other families, and only limited the range to those below the 7th level of origin energy. At that time, the literary saints didn't say anything. It seemed like they had all fallen into Chu Yun's trap. Now, Chu Yun finally realized that the one who fell into Chu Yun's trap was none other than himself. The 11 literary saints had formed an alliance long ago, and they had been watching him from the side. If Suppressing Dragon King and the other Buddhist heavenly kings didn't appear, Chu Yun could have kept his promise and stopped the literary saints from coming out. Even now, Chu Yun could have stopped the literary saints from attacking. Unfortunately, he was accidentally ambushed by Suppressing Dragon King, and he was injured. What right did he have to stop the literary saints? Man proposes, God disposes. Chu Yun sighed in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. Now, they looked like little worms that were retreating back into his body. Then, Chu Yun raised his hand, and a few drops of essence blood appeared in the air. Chu Yun's face turned pale, and then, a 5-colored chi spurted out. It turned into hundreds of runes and fell into the essence blood. The space where the essence blood was at twisted strangely, and strange ripples appeared along with the runes. The essence blood turned into an inch-long 5-colored sword. Go! Chu Yun pointed at the small sword. The small sword began to vibrate, and all the lights and shadows within a few miles were sucked into the vibrations. The small sword then disappeared. Almost at the same time, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, who was using his Buddha light to smash Gong Shu Yenin's talisman formation like a giant hammer, suddenly changed his expression. The Buddha light around him retracted and turned into a Vairocana Buddha statue in front of his chest. However, before the Buddha light could fully condense, a small 5-colored sword appeared in front of his chest. The 5-colored sword pierced through the Buddha statue and scattered the Buddha light. At the same time, the small sword expanded and stabbed into Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's chest. Buzz! Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's Buddha statue trembled violently. Numerous heavenly dragons danced wildly in the statue, trying to block the small sword. Boom! At this moment, the corners of Gongshu Yenin's mouth curled up, and all the talismans suddenly changed. A strange talisman formation that looked like an awl shot toward Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's forehead. This awl also carried an unparalleled power. In the strong wind, the remaining Buddha light around Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blown away. The Heavenly King of Suppressing Dragon's expression changed drastically. The golden statue of the Mahavairakana revered Buddha that had just solidified quickly flashed. With a loud bang, it blocked in front of the awl. The Buddha statue turned into Buddha light and disappeared. The awl was also shaken until it reverted back to its original form of inscription. However, just as Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blocking the awl, the small sword had already pierced into his chest. Whoa! A strange sobbing sound came from Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body. Layers of heavenly flowers surged, and Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body disappeared mysteriously. Only the silhouette of a heavenly king flashed within the heavenly flowers. However, the golden light only flashed a few times before a series of spatial rifts appeared in the surrounding area. Bursts of sword chi and inscriptions surged out of those rifts in a frenzy, following which Heavenly King Lai Jiao's golden body emerged in an extremely disheveled manner. Looking into the void again, there were clusters of sword pillars mixed with cloud-like inscriptions that tumbled like an ocean. The space around the God-fiend blood pool had already been sealed off by the combined efforts of more than 10 literary sages. Faced with this seal, even Heavenly King Suppressing Flood Dragon, who was as strong as the Buddhist sect's guardian Heavenly King, was unable to escape. Amitabha, Namo Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, I have no regrets even if I die today. I am willing to use this life's merit in exchange for Bodhisattva's golden body to descend to the hidden immortal continent. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's golden body appeared. He didn't struggle anymore, and sat in the air with his palms together. He chanted, "Thousand hands and eyes are unhindered, Great Merciful Deloni. Namo, He Luo Na, De Luo Yi, Namo, I, Polajia Emperor, Shoa Bo Luo Yi, Bodhisattva Yi, Mahasattva Yi, Mahasattva Yi, Kalu Ni Jia Yi, Hasattva Yi." Rumble. As the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King bowed down, the Heavenly King's golden body started to fade away. Bursts of explosions came from the Heavenly King's chest. Chu Yun's little sword had been suppressed for a long time, but now it finally exploded. However, what surprised Chu Yun and Gongshu Yenin was that where the blood light splashed out, the golden light turned into pure faith power and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the Longevity Town. Even the combined efforts of more than 10 saints of literature could not stop it. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King had died, so what happened to the other heavenly kings? Some of the more violent ones tried to drag the literary saints down with them. Some of the heavenly kings even turned to the Confucian disciples on the sword diagram and started killing. While the sword diagram was bustling with noise and excitement, Xiaohua woke up in the demonic god blood pond. He already knew what had happened, and now he was standing on top of the seal in his demonic armor. He looked at the seal with his delirium breaker Dharma eye and frowned. He thought to himself, "This seal is very strange. I can't see through it with my delirium breaker Dharma eye, and I can't sense the cold energy coming from it. If it's just as Xiaohua said, and this demonic qi is of a higher level than normal demonic qi, then where did it come from? Plus, the seal's reaction is getting more and more intense as the essence blood continues to fall. I think the Chu family is planning something big, and they want to break this seal. Of course, if I'm not wrong, the demonic god chess is under this seal. What attracted me seems to be this fluctuation, but it also seems to be this restriction, or perhaps the divine devil chess under the restriction. Whose essence blood is this? It actually has such a powerful soul. At this moment, a strand of blood that was dozens of times thicker than the previous one flashed with a golden Buddhist light as it rushed down. Moreover, before this strand of blood landed on the restriction, it had already transformed into the shape of a monk. Wasn't this the suppressing dragon Heavenly King who was killed? Although the essence blood was powerful, the suction force of the seal was also extraordinary. When the essence blood landed on the seal like a meteor, the entire seal was immediately dyed red by the essence blood. At the location of the essence blood, a layer of faint black chi mixed with blood threads and fluctuations emerged from the seal. This black chi quickly surged up dozens of feet. Immediately after, with a loud bang, an invisible and boundless restriction instantly lifted Xiaohua towards the ground. The devilish chi and black flames that were being absorbed by Xiaohua's body surged in at a speed that was several dozen times faster than before. This essence blood. Xiaohua had already seen the essence blood of a 6th-level Confucian cultivator or a Buddhist disciple fall into the seal. At this moment, he immediately understood. It's probably from the 8th-level Buddhist disciple, right? How is this possible? The 8th-level Buddhist disciple should be on the same level as the sage of Confucian cultivators and on the same level as the tribulation-passing cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. If one cultivated to this level, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, if they wanted to escape, they should have tens of thousands of methods, right? How could they just die like this? Unless. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately had a kind of understanding. Of course, there were many possibilities, but there was only one most likely, and that was that the background of this trap was far from what Murong Tsongyun could understand. The sage of Confucian cultivators that came to the demonic god blood pool was also not something Murong Tsongyun could imagine. This number even exceeded the estimation of the Buddhist sect disciples, which was why the Buddhist sect's guardian Heavenly King died so easily. Xiaohua shuddered involuntarily when he thought of this. Xiaohua's body unconsciously trembled, and the speed at which the devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed the devil chi suddenly stopped. There were so many saints of literature sitting above him, yet Xiaohua was still cultivating with his devil body. Even if the fiend god blood pool blocked all divine sense and eye-clearing techniques, Xiaohua still felt uneasy. After a slight pause, the devil spirit Xiaohua crazily refined the devil chi. After all, the devil chi and black flames of the demonic god blood pool were extremely rare. It was even purer than the devil chi at the bottom of the Sage River. The more devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed, the more unimaginable the blood drop paradise's cultivation would be. How could the devil spirit Xiaohua not seize this opportunity? As for Xiaohua, he thought to himself, damn it, how big of a trap is this? There should be more than one heavenly king who came here. Since one died, then there will definitely be others. Confucian cultivators have always believed in eliminating the root of the problem. They probably won't let any Buddhist sect disciples escape. No, that's not right. If possible, there should be some low-level Buddhist sect disciples who manage to escape. They must pass on the news of the Heavenly King Protector's death to Lane Temple so that they can find a reason for the war between immortals and Buddhists. Chu clan, Confucian cultivators, what a good plan. They put the immortal palace of the military sect on fire. Let's see how the immortal palace of the immortal palace deals with this. Chaos, chaos, the more chaos the better. Xiaohua suddenly laughs loudly. The black chi around his body once again flares up. Even more devil chi and black flames gather towards Xiaohua. Only with chaos can this Xiao cultivate in peace. Only when this Xiao cultivates to the realm of crossing tribulation can this Xiao have some authority in this hidden immortal continent. Otherwise, I can only be a pawn on other people's chessboard. Swish, swish, swish. More and more blood essence fell down. The black chi from the restriction became even denser. Now, it was more than a few Li Xiaohua's devil body was also entangled by this black chi. Inside this black chi, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise technique was actually somewhat weak. It seemed like the grade of this black chi was even higher than the devil chi from before. Chapter 3897. Looking at the sword diagram again, the last guardian heavenly king with the rotating pot finally turned into nothingness under the combined efforts of Duanmu Jijin, Zhang Sunji, and Immerse, the three sages of literature. Seeing what little flesh and blood fell into the god-fiend blood pool, the Buddhist artifact actually whistled and wanted to fly out of the seal. Duanmu Jijin raised his hand and pointed, and a Jia Mingwen python rushed out of the void. It roared and wanted to swallow the Buddhist artifact. Murong Jun, who was watching from the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Brother Duanmu, let go of the Buddhist artifact and let it fly back to the longevity town. Duanmu Jianshi pondered for a while and understood Murong Jun's meaning. He raised his hand and the literary python turned into fragmented strokes and scattered in the air. In the nearby void on the left, distorted waves appeared and the sword column and the clouds became dim. The rotary pot took the opportunity to turn into a Buddha light and flew out. The direction was not out of the expectation of the sage of literature. It was the town of immortals. Chu Yun looked around and saw that the situation had changed. Although the smell of blood was still thick in the air, and the flesh and blood on the sword diagram had not completely disappeared, there were not many Buddhist sect disciples who were still struggling. However, the Chu family and the other aristocratic families had already surrounded these disciples. It wouldn't be long before all the Buddhist sect disciples who had fallen into the godly devil blood pool's trap would lose their lives on the sword diagram. So, Chu Yun flew up and bowed, "Thank you for your help, immortal friends." Ha! With a burst of light and shadow, a dozen or so scholars laughed and teleported from all directions. Among these scholars, only Duanmu Jiji, Murong Jun, and the other three weren't injured, but the others were more or less injured by the Buddhist sect's guardian before they died. Immortal friend Chu, you're too polite. Duanmu Jiji was the first to arrive, and raised his hand to return the greeting. We, the 100 schools of Confucianism, are one family. If Chu family is in trouble, we, the 100 schools of thought, will help. Also, these Buddhist guardians were too arrogant, they dared to use a teleportation formation to sneak attack Burial Immortal Continent. How could we not kill them? I didn't expect this either. Chu Yun sighed. When we discussed earlier, we thought that it would be good enough if we could lure some 6th grade elemental energy Buddhists to take the bait. However, we didn't expect the Buddhists to be so ambitious, sending 9 guardian heavenly kings. This time, we have caused a huge disaster. The Thunder Monastery has suddenly lost 9 guardian heavenly kings. The Mahavirakana revered one will definitely not let this matter rest. This action is beyond our control. Fellow immortals, we should leave this place quickly and discuss how to explain this to the Immortal Palace. If possible, fellow immortals should report this to the patriarchs of the various clans so that we can work together. With that, Chu Yun gestured for Zhu Wenxing to go first. Unfortunately, the 11 literary saints stood still and stared at Chu Yun with meaningful smiles on their faces. Everyone. Chu Yun said in a low voice as she suddenly had a bad feeling. She glanced at the sword pattern. The sword pattern was no longer flat. The broken parts were bulging, and under the bulges, more waves of blood could be seen. Murong Jun smiled and said, "Fellow Immortal Chu, there's no need to hide anything. Let's see how many of our clans are here." This. Chu Yun's face showed a trace of awkwardness. However, when she glanced at the various clans, a trace of realization appeared in her eyes. Fellow immortal Chu. Murong Jun raised his hand and pointed at the injured and dying Murong Tsongyun, who was being taken away by Murong Jiang. For the Chu clan's plan, our Murong clan has paid a great price. Yun is the pearl of our clan. She bravely acted as bait for your perfect plan. You can't disappoint the expectations of our clans. This. Chu Yun bit her lips and said in a moaning voice, the Murong clan has paid a great price, but doesn't our Chu clan have sacrificed even more? Not to mention the countless disciples that we lost, even 3 of our 8 elders almost died. Their cultivations have now fallen to 7th grade elemental energy. I'm afraid that they won't be able to become literary saints in this lifetime. So. Duanmu Jiancher impatiently interrupted Chu Yun and said, our 11 first and second clans are only willing to work with the Chu clan. This. Chu Yun hesitated for the 3rd time. She was still unwilling. After all, she had planned for so many years, but in the end, this was the result. She really didn't expect this. Murong Jun smiled and said, fellow immortal Chu, don't think that only your Chu clan knows about the secret of the demonic god blood pool. Which one of the first and second clans doesn't know about the secret of the demonic god chess? Although the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent only put the demonic god chess at number 5, how could we not know about its power? Although the legend of the demonic god chess is only a legend, and the original truth has been lost in the passage of time. But from this legend, who can't see that the blood sacrifice is the method to break the demonic god blood pool? Kong Ching smiled and said, this is the hidden immortal continent, where Confucian cultivators flourish. Under the rule of the human race, the world is taught by etiquette, and no one dares to do anything against the heavens. If this was the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, I'm afraid that someone would have used the blood sacrifice to break the seal. Alright, hearing Zhu Wenqing's words, Chu Yun knew that her plan was exposed, so she could only nod and admit it. She knew that the reason why the demonic god blood pool was so mysterious was because of the blood waves that blocked divine sense and eye-cleansing technique. The righteous qi that fell into the blood waves would immediately be corroded. Another reason was because of the blood sacrifice. The reason why the nameless small country could resist the Dongqin Empire was because they sacrificed their entire country's citizens to break the seal. Only then could the demonic god chess be summoned and kill the Dongqin Empire's army. Now on the hidden immortal continent, although the literary saints coveted the demonic god chess inside the demonic god blood pool, they didn't dare to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives, so they couldn't get their hands on the demonic god chess. On the surface, the Chu family was planning to kill the Buddhist sect's Arhat and destroy the Buddhist sect's prestige, but in the dark, they used the blood of tens of thousands of Arhats and tens of thousands of cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. Although there weren't many of these cultivators, their quality was much better than before, so these blood spirits were enough to break the seal. Actually, Murong Jun clapped his hands and said, we all admire immortal friend Chu's plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We all feel that the Chu family is worthy of being a third-rate family. After this, all the families will jointly recommend the Chu family to the Immortal Palace for the Immortal Emperor to decide. On the day of the hidden immortal sacrifice, the Chu family will be a third-rate family. Immortal friend Chu will also be able to confidently comfort the Chu family's ancestors during the sacrifice. Alright, then I, Chu Yun, thank you immortal friends, and thank all the families. Chu Yun's face blushed. He knew that even though he was the head of the family, he was only a literary saint. He couldn't be compared to the first-rate and second-rate families. Especially, in order to become a third-rate family, the head of the family must be a literary star cultivator. This was an unwritten rule in the hidden immortal continent for many years. As for the first-rate and second-rate families, there was a limit to the number of first-rate and second-rate families. If the Chu family wanted to become a third-rate family, it would take more than 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years of hard work. Now, because of this opportunity, the Chu family could become a third-rate family. This kind of opportunity didn't come often. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to fight for it again in the Immortal War. At that time, if there was a mistake, not only the third-rate family, but even the Chu family would be annihilated. Chu Yun didn't dare to wait. Chu Yun no longer hesitated as she thought about the glory of a third-grade family, the upcoming war between the Immortals and Buddhas, and the benefits of being a third-grade family during the war. She smiled and said, "Since all of you have understood, I won't hide it any longer. However, since my Chu clan has contributed so much, and we're leading the battle at the deities and demons' blood pond, then, can I make an agreement with all of you?" Oh. Could it be that immortal friend Chu has some conditions? Murong Jun asked with a smile. Chu Yun quickly smiled and said, "What conditions?" "It's just a suggestion." Duanmu Jianshi glanced at Murong Jun. The two exchanged glances and said, "Immortal friend Chu, let's hear it first. Since there are 11 families here, including my Chu family, there are 12 of them. Then, 6 immortal generals and 6 demon generals, 1 for each family, no need to say more." Chu Yun said after a pause, "But apart from the immortal chess, there must be something else in the immortal blood pool. My suggestion is, can my Chu family have the right to choose the other items first?" Duanmu Jianshi frowned slightly. He transmitted his voice to Murong Jun and the others to discuss. "The Chu family has indeed paid a great price, but we have already agreed to the Chu family's conditions. I'm afraid these conditions are not appropriate." "Brother Duanmu." Chu Yun smiled. "The condition before was the immortal blood pool. Since my Chu family has already fulfilled it, of course we have to fulfill it. As for the immortal blood pool, we should have something to say." "Forget it." Murong Jun waved his hand and said, "If your Chu family has the right to choose first, then you can only choose one item. The rest have nothing to do with your Chu family." "All right, we'll do as Brother Murong says." Chu Yun clapped and smiled. Murong Jun looked at Duanmu Jianshi. Both of them had doubts in their eyes. However, they didn't know anything else apart from the immortal chess and the immortal blood pool. Seeing that Zhu Wenxing had agreed to her condition, Chu Yun was in a great mood. She said, "You need proof to enter the immortal chess. My Chu family has been searching the hidden immortal continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and we only found 2 pieces by chance. Fellow immortals. Immortal friend Chu doesn't need to worry about this." Murong Jun waved his hand and said, "Since your Chu family can find it, why can't we?" Chapter 3898. That's good. Chu Yun nodded. "The monks from the Buddhist sect that invaded our hidden immortal continent have been killed by us. Our plan has been completed. Now, our Chu family's sword atlas in the demonic god blood pool can no longer hold on. Fellow immortals, please order your disciples to retreat 1,000 miles away. As for any changes in the demonic god blood pool, that's the will of the heavens. It has nothing to do with our plan." "That's right, fellow immortal Chu is right." Duanmu Jiji nodded. "The changes in the demonic god blood pool are not something we can control. Even the immortal palace can't control it. If the demonic god chess appears, then it's our fortune. If it doesn't, then we won't lose anything." Then, Duanmu Jiji transmitted his voice, and the Duanmu family disciple quickly flew out of the sword atlas. Then, all the other family disciples retreated, leaving only the Chu family's elders and some disciples outside of the sword atlas. "Fellow immortals," Chu Yun reminded, "I'm going to withdraw the sword atlas, at this moment, before Chu Yun could finish her sentence, a crazy wave of energy suddenly rushed out from the blood-red wave under the sword diagram. Even Chu Yun and the other sword saints couldn't help but shiver. The already broken sword diagram let out a series of creaking sounds, followed by a series of explosions. Countless pieces of the sword diagram shot up into the sky. Under the pieces, the blood-red wave looked like a blood-red flood dragon that came out of the ocean and pounced at the crowd with its claws and fangs. Retreat! Chu Yun was shocked. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the disciples. However, the blood of gods and devils covered an area that even the sage of literature couldn't cover. How could the disciples of the Chu family, who were about to put away the sword diagram, hear her? When the sword diagram collapsed, the bloody waves were like a torrential flood, sweeping all the disciples of the Chu family who couldn't escape in time into it. The demonic energy in black flames in the bloody waves caused even Wen Xing's expression to change. How could these disciples be lucky enough to escape? Many disciples didn't even have time to scream before they turned into essence blood and merged back into the blood sea. The dozen or so literary saints naturally saw the opportunity and flew into the sky. They saw the blood of the gods and devils that had been imprisoned for a long time devouring the sword picture in just a few breaths, returning it to its original form. How could this be? Murong Jun naturally didn't care about the life and death of the Chu family's disciples. His eyes flashed with flowing light as he used the Murong family's flowing light pupils to observe carefully. The celestial devil chessboard still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he doesn't have enough blood essence? Moo. Before Murong Jun could think of a second idea, the entire fiend god blood pool let out a loud moo that sounded like a cow's moo. The entire area within 10,000 miles was boiling. The monstrous sea of blood suddenly rolled back into the depths of the blood pool. In the blink of an eye, a black gas that covered 10,000 miles appeared below everyone. Good. Chu Yun felt sorry for her disciple at first, but when she saw a black flame, she was overjoyed. She quickly reached into her pocket and took out 2 tokens, preparing to act according to the situation. The black smoke mixed with the black flames surged forward and rose to a height of 50 miles. The ferociousness contained in the black smoke made the dozen or so saints of Wen frown. This was because their void refinement and heaven harmonization realm true chi in their chests were rippling as if they were afraid of the black smoke. Could it be that we can enter this black gas with the token? Chu Yun didn't understand. However, her divine sense and clear eyes technique couldn't see the situation inside the black gas either. Buzz. While the saints of Wen were waiting in shock, another rumbling sound came from the black gas. Then, rays of silver-white light appeared and floated outside of the black gas. This light chased away the black gas, and the black gas devoured the silver light. It was like the battle between the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector and the Confucian saint of Wen. It was an abnormal struggle. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized whirlpool appeared in the middle of the fiend god blood pool. This whirlpool was filled with indescribable fluctuations from before. As the whirlpool expanded, both the silver light and the black gas fell into the whirlpool, creating a layer of silver light and a layer of black gas. From high up in the sky, it was very beautiful. However, this beauty caused the saints of Wen's expression to change. This was because the gap between the silver light and the black gas was constantly changing. If anything fell into this whirlpool, even the saints of Wen would have a hard time escaping. The whirlpool spun extremely fast, but it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. When the waves rushed out, the clear sky was covered with red clouds again. However, amidst the layers of red clouds, a huge hole in the clouds revealed the sun. The sunlight, which was like a light sword, shone directly on the whirlpool, making the already beautiful whirlpool even more magnificent and ferocious. When the sunlight refracted from the whirlpool landed in the air was somewhat distorted, as if the sunlight had become a sharp weapon for killing. The Saints of Wind didn't dare to act rashly. They only scattered high up in the sky and circulated their true chi to protect themselves. After a long time, when the whirlpool filled the entire fiend god blood pool, the sound of an army of soldiers clashing rang out from the intersection between the silver light and the black gas. Then, the silver light gradually straightened, stretching horizontally to the north and south. The black gas condensed into black threads that also gradually straightened, but the direction of the black threads was to the east. The change in the silver light and the black gas caused a heavenly phenomenon. Waves of thunder and the moans of gods and ghosts wreaked havoc in the sky. Just as the Saints of Wind were dumbfounded, a chessboard with silver and black intersecting gradually formed. The silver and black threads intersected, forming a gray protrusion where they intersected. There was a faint trace of gold in the protrusion. When the gold disappeared, the gray protrusion was like the eye of a fiend god that stared at the Saints of Wind. Looking at the chessboard, half of it was silver and the other half was black. They were clearly separated into the shape of a yin-yang fish. The silver and the black gave off a faint silver light, and the black in the silver was even darker and glossier. However, these two spots of light weren't the usual round shape, but triangular. They looked like triangular flags, and even more so, like the triangular eye of a fiend god. Damn it! High up in the sky, the Saints of Wind looked on helplessly as the fiend god chessboard took shape. They felt the changes in heavenly might between heaven and earth, while Xiaohua, who was inside the black gas, was being tortured. When the black gas surged out, Xiaohua was naturally also covered by it. Moreover, in order to avoid the Saints of Wind's clear sight technique, Xiaohua even withdrew his Dharma idol. His original figure was naturally not seen by the Saints of Wind within the black gas. When the silver light appeared, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late for him to withdraw. The silver light pierced through his body, riddling him with holes. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and urged the devil spirit. Xiaohua absorbed the devil qi and healed his body with great difficulty, but the fluctuation appeared again. Xiaohua felt that the fluctuation was familiar and knew that it was this inexplicable fluctuation that attracted him. Just as he was thinking about how to approach the fluctuation, the whirlpool suddenly appeared. The whirlpool's appearance had a suction force, and Xiaohua's body involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool. Xiaohua didn't even have time to struggle. However, when the fluctuation rushed into Xiaohua's body, it didn't just affect his body, it also penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Not only did he urge the bone-tempering technique, he also used the Big Dipper Divine Fist. His bones, which had just been tempered by the metal origin, were now changing at an accelerated rate. The less than 5% yellow threads quickly spread in all directions. When he fell into the whirlpool, Xiaohua understood that his tribulation had only just begun. Inside the whirlpool, silver light and black qi intertwined and rotated. Xiaohua's body was unceasingly resplendent in this silver light and black qi. This silver light was very strange. Not only did it enter his body, it also penetrated deep into his blood vessels. In contrast, the black qi seemed to have a mind of its own. It was dedicated to fighting against the silver light. Wherever the silver light destroyed, the black qi would immediately repair it. This kind of repair was simply the cruelest torture in the world. Xiaohua already had experience facing this kind of torture. He confidently handed over the repair of his body to the phoenix body Xiaohua, while he urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion of his bloodlines in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaohua originally thought that this torture would be very quick, but he was wrong again. His body was continuously rotated along with the whirlpool, moving from the center of the god and devil blood pool to the edge. During this time, he didn't know how far he had been moved. At this moment, he was absolutely the most miserable and the most fortunate person in the God and Devil blood pool. But fortunately, Xiaohua's body was so small in this 10,000 Li blood pool. Moreover, Xiaohua's body seemed to be mixed with the silver light and black qi. Not to mention that Zhu Wenxing didn't think that there would be a cultivator in this blood pool. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to find any clues from inside. In midair, Zhu Wenxing looked at the appearance of the God and Devil chessboard and felt the roiling red clouds high in the sky. How could he not know that the prelude to the appearance of the God and Devil chessboard had already begun? They vigilantly looked at the chessboard. Looking at the two dots of light that seemed like the eye of a God and Devil, their faces revealed a look of understanding. Murong Jun took out his hand from his chest, holding two triangular objects that looked exactly the same. He pinched his chin and looked at the eye of a God and Devil. After looking at it for a while, Murong Jun raised his head and looked at Duanmu Jianji in the distance. Duanmu Jianji was also holding two triangular objects, but his two triangular objects were black. This black color was so dark that even light couldn't escape from it. Duanmu Jianji also frowned and looked away from the triangular objects in his hand. He looked at Murong Jun for a while, then turned to look at Chu Yun in the distance. Chu Yun was holding two triangular objects. One was the same as Murong Jun's, and the other was the same as Duanmu Jianji's. These two triangular objects seemed to be repelling and attracting each other. At this moment, these two triangular objects had already flown out of Chu Yun's hand and floated in the air. The fluctuations that covered the 10,000 Li blood pool above the God and Devil chessboard attracted these two triangular objects. Chapter 3899. Brother Duanmu. Murong Jun smiled. Looks like we didn't get as much information as immortal friend Chu did, nor did we prepare as well as he did. Now, we have no choice but to work together. That's right. Duanmu Jiji's white jade eyes flashed as he looked at the other literary saints. Some of the closer ones had already started to trade, so he smiled and said, "We acted in a hurry. If we don't trade now, none of us will be able to enter the Divine Devil blood pond." As he spoke, Duanmu Jijin's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already landed near Murong Jun. He then raised his hand and flicked. A black triangle flew out from his hand. Murong Jun did not dare to be negligent. He also gave the triangle in his hand to Duanmu Jijin. When both of them had different triangles in their hands, they hurriedly distanced themselves from each other. Fellow immortals. Seeing that the Divine Devil chessboard had stabilized, and that the literary saints had already exchanged their triangles, Chu Yun said, "Now that the restriction on the Divine Devil chessboard has been opened, if the legend is true, the Divine Devil chessboard should appear as soon as I place my token on it. However, it looks like all of you have tokens. That is to say, the restriction should be at the entrance, and the Divine Devil chessboard should be under the restriction." That's not necessarily true. Murong Jun was in a good mood. Maybe the token is the token to control the Divine Devil chessboard. Once the token is placed, the Divine Devil chessboard will appear, and we will all have a chance to control the Divine Devil chessboard. Hee, I'm not sure. Chu Yun smiled, I'm just guessing. No matter what, if we don't make a move, we'll never know. Huangfu Gongqing transmitted his voice in the distance, laughing. If that's the case, immortal friend Chu, please make the first move. Murong Jun smiled. After all, the Chu family has sacrificed a lot, and we've already discussed this beforehand. Chu Yun felt a bit better, and cupped his hands. Then I'll make the first move for all of you. After saying that, Chu Yun flew down and landed on a nearby chessboard. He looked at it carefully, then raised his hand and released a black triangle. However, after a moment of hesitation, he withdrew it. After looking at it for a while, he released both triangles. The two triangular objects escaped from Chu Yun's control and immediately rotated like swallows returning to their nests. Before the triangular objects landed on the chessboard Chu Yun had chosen, two triangular lights appeared from the black and silver light spots and landed on the two triangular objects. Boom! The two triangular objects made a rumbling sound as they crashed into the two light spots. When the triangular object fell into the light spot, the triangular light spot slowly disappeared. The silver luster and the black fog began to rotate. They first mixed together, then separated into two parts. Finally, they turned into a door. One side of the door was silver, and the other side was black. Chu Yun landed on the ground and raised his head to look at Zhu Wenxing. He cupped his hands and stepped on the door. The door silently opened, and a silver light shot out. Chu Yun's eyes flashed with a clear light, but he couldn't see what was behind the silver light. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. After releasing his qi to protect himself, Chu Yun's body disappeared into the silver light. Luckily, after Chu Yun disappeared, the silver light also disappeared. However, the silver and black door didn't disappear. Seeing this, Zhu Wenxing knew that Chu Yun's method was correct, so he didn't wait any longer. He landed on the chessboard and placed the two triangular objects in his hands. Not long after, Zhu Wenxing had all entered the demonic chessboard. There was no one else within 10,000 miles of the demonic god blood pool. Aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was also an imposing aura that forced everything to leave. Even ordinary cultivators couldn't get close. At this moment, a small head very abruptly appeared from the edge of the divine and devil chessboard. It was Xiaohua who was tormented by the silver light and black gas. Xiaohua slowly came out from the chessboard. His naked body was still entangled with silver and black stripes. At first glance, he looked like a human-shaped zebra. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. His body flashed with a dark golden light, and the silver and black stripes slowly disappeared from his body. Fellow Daoist, are you still not satisfied? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's voice appeared. This kind of opportunity isn't something an ordinary cultivator can come across. Not to mention that fellow Daoist Tempered Bone has already tempered his bones to 30%, even fellow Daoist Phoenix Physique's body has been completely reassembled. From what I can see, it's more than 40% tougher than before. Also, fellow Daoist took advantage of this opportunity to fuse with another half of the holy bloodline. That brat Mo Ling's blood drop paradise, is it still blood drop paradise? Damn it! I'm not cursing this. Xiaohua unhappily transformed his Daoist robe and retorted, fellow Daoist scholarly cultivator, have you seen tofu being ground? Tofu being ground. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's tone seemed to be dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Xiaohua suddenly asked this. I've heard of tofu, but I didn't know that tofu was ground. This is the shortcoming of you scholarly cultivator. You don't work hard, you don't distinguish between grains, you don't travel, you don't experience the world of mortals, that's why you can't achieve great success. Xiaohua mocked, ordinary villages have mills. There are two large bluestones at the top and bottom. There are patterns engraved between the two bluestones, and there are fist-sized channels in the bluestone above. This is a stone mill. When you want to eat tofu, you have to put soaked soybeans in the channel above. Then, a donkey or a horse will pull the bluestone below. When the soybeans fall, they will be ground into juice by the patterns between the two bluestones. Then, the juice will flow into the container and condense into tofu. Ha ha, ha. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua laughed, so fellow Daoist turned from soybeans into tofu. Humph. Xiao Hua unhappily replied, I would rather be a soybean than be tortured by this stone mill of heaven and earth and become tofu for others to eat. Ha! So this is the reason for eating tofu. Bone-honing Xiao Hua also let out a rare laugh. Xiao Hua curled his lips, what are you talking about? Being uncultured is really scary. Fellow Taoist bone-honing, if you want to know what eating tofu is, it's not too late to read a few more books. TCH. What I cultivate is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who has the patience to read books written by children in the mortal world? Bone-honing Xiao Hua said very disdainfully. Xiao Hua also ignored bone-honing Xiao Hua. He looked at the ripples on the god and devil chessboard that were still spreading in all directions. He rubbed his chin and said, Fellow Taoists, this god and devil blood pool's ripples are very strange. It seems like it shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. That's right. Since fellow Taoist doesn't come from the hidden immortal continent and is very familiar with this ripple naturally shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua laughed. Don't think so much. Bone-honing Xiao Hua reminded, those 12 literary saints have already entered the god and devil chessboard. The god and devil chessboard has 6 divine generals and 6 devil generals. If fellow Taoist doesn't hurry in, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the god and devil chessboard. Damn it, wanting to snatch the god and devil chessboard from the literary saints, isn't this courting death? Xiao Hua sneered. Bone-honing Xiao Hua sneered, if you don't want to obtain the god and devil chessboard, why would fellow Taoist still stay here? It's better to go find that charming Murong Tsongyun and curry favor with her. You can also get a good impression. Even if you can't get the beauty back, you can still get a helper in the Murong family. Bone-honing fellow Taoist's face is becoming more and more wretched. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said curiously, one moment you're eating tofu, the next moment you're hugging a beauty. You really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Isn't it because you just saw the golden lotus? Bone-honing Xiao Hua retorted without any trace of politeness. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. After a while, scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua unexpectedly said shyly, fellow Taoist, although we are all your primordial spirits, we all have our own privacy. It's not important, there's no need to tell other people about this privacy, right? Only, at this moment, Xiao Hua was laughing so hard that his heart was about to cramp. His eyes were looking at the god and devil chessboard, talking to himself, AI, how should I go in? This is really a troublesome matter. Granny, your luck is so good. That triangle you got from Gu Nian, isn't it similar to the one you got from Qin Jian? Aren't these two the proof to enter the god and devil blood pond? What are you pretending for? Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua shouted in exasperation. He really lost his refined manner. Ah! Xiao Hua pretended to slap his forehead and shouted, it's really like this. Scholarly immortal friend, tell me, could it be that the hidden immortal continent and dawn rain continent were really together in the past? Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua asked again, scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua didn't utter a word. Who knows if he turned around to draw circles or if he was still comprehending the golden lotus. Hee, now that those literary saints have already entered the depths of the god and devil chessboard, this Xiao will also go in and take a look. Xiao Hua waited for a moment and laughed while talking to himself. Then, he took out 2 triangular objects from different continents from the space. He didn't dare to go to the center of the god and devil chessboard, so he looked at the edge of the chessboard and threw the triangular object into the chessboard. Just like what Chu Yun and the others saw earlier, a door appeared below Xiao Hua's feet. Xiao Hua's figure landed, and the door opened wide. However, he felt a stream of light and vibrant colors flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy pressure fell on Xiao Hua's body. Buzz buzz. It was as if millions upon millions of bees were dancing around his ears. Xiaohua's mind felt a wave of dizziness, and he almost staggered a few steps forward. When his figure stabilized, he looked up and a kind of shock unconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge space with almost no boundaries. The entire space was blood red, but there were pieces of silver and black alternately flashing in this space. These pieces were connected together and laid under Xiaohua's feet, above his head, and even behind him. However, this wasn't much. Xiaohua had just stood still when his gaze was immediately attracted by the dozen or so enormous silver and blood-red god statues in the air. Chapter 3900. What a majestic, and awe-inspiring statue of a god. However, these huge statues were not in the shape of ordinary humans, nor were they in the shape of ordinary beasts. Each of them looked extremely strange. The one furthest away had a human body and a snake tail. It had 7 arms on its back, and 2 arms on its front, holding 2 flying serpents. Wasn't this the hooded god that Xiaohua had seen in the hooded palace in the hooded stronghold in Mount Meng? Although the color of the statue was different from before, the appearance that had been engraved in Xiaohua's heart immediately awakened Xiaohua's memories. Next to the statue was a man with a serpent's head and a human body. He was standing on 2 blood-red dragons and had a blood-red serpent coiled around his hands. This statue was covered in black-red scales, and water power was flashing around him. Wasn't that Gong Gong? Looking to the side, there was a statue with the head of a beast and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing through its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet. The statue with the head of a human and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet, was Great God Go Mang. The statue with the face of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 snakes on its ears, was Great God Li Hai. The half-human, half-beast monster with the head of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 statues of green snakes on its ears, was also the great god Shibai that Xiaohua was familiar with. The 8-headed, 8-legged, 8-tailed, greenish-yellow statue was the great god Tian Wu. The aura emanating from these 12 statues was so strong that it filled the entire space. Standing there, Xiaohua looked like an ant, as both his figure and aura were barely visible. Dumbfounded, Xiaohua stared at the most familiar statue, which had a human body, a snake tail, and 7 arms on its back, and couldn't help but groan, "Damn it, isn't this the great god Hudu from Mount Meng? How could this be the celestial fiend chess? What the hell are the 6 divine generals and 6 fiend generals? Aren't these the statues of the 12 great gods of soul cultivators?" But, while trembling with fear, Xiaohua turned to look at the statues of the 12 great gods. He saw a layer of silver clouds covering the top of the statues, and the silver light emitted by the clouds not only formed a silver lattice in the surroundings, but also sprinkled on the statues. Therefore, the upper half of the statues was silver in color. Underneath the statues of the 12 great gods, there were 12 thick blood pillars that looked like horned dragons spiraling out from the lowest point of the space. The lowest point of the space was a huge triangular shape, and the 12 blood pillars were connected to the triangular shape. Triangular ripples spread out from the center to the edges of the triangular shape, and Xiaohua was familiar with these ripples. When the ripples spread out, they were driven by the blood-red color, causing the blood pillars to fall to the bottom of the statue. The entire statue looked very strange in this blood-red color. Xiaohua was really puzzled. This statue is obviously different from the statue in Huda Stronghold's Huda Palace. Although it has a strong aura, it doesn't have that kind of indescribable thing. But if it's not a real statue of a god, then what is it? Looking at the huge statues, each one of them looking fiendish, Xiaohua felt an indescribable desire to subdue them. Moreover, he didn't know where the 12 literary sages had gone, so Xiao Hua had time to think. In particular, in this huge space, no matter how fast Xiao Hua flew, he was still crawling like a snail. No matter how much his divine sense, which he was originally proud of, expanded, it seemed unable to touch the foot of this statue. Xiao Hua even thought that it wasn't that the 12 literary sages didn't come, but that they were just as insignificant as him. Not only was he unable to sense them, even those literary sages couldn't sense him. Xiao Hua exerted all his strength to fly towards the nearest statue of the 12 gods. That statue was in the shape of a human face and a snake body. Its entire body was scarlet red, and the scales on the snake body were as big as the sun and the moon. The face of the person in the statue was silver white, and its eyes were tightly closed. An abnormal distortion was faintly discernible near the head of the statue. Wasn't this the statue of the torch dragon of the 12 gods? Xiao Hua flew with unspeakable bitterness, but inside his body, the bone-tempering Xiao Hua was happily scratching his ears and cheeks. This fluctuation was precisely the fluctuation he had encountered on the Divine Devil chessboard. Now that he was inside the fluctuation, the bone-tempering Xiao Hua could borrow this fluctuation to temper his bones. After flying for an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua only knew that his bones had been tempered to 60%. The divine sense he released had just touched the feet of the statue of the torch dragon. Sensing the abnormal coldness of the statue, an almost inconceivable thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. No. This definitely isn't a statue of a god like the one in the back Earth Hall. This should be something similar to the puppet technique of my Taoist sect, or something similar to the puppet of Confucian cultivators. It could also be called a god-demon puppet. Damn it, if I can obtain such a god-demon puppet, as long as I can refine it successfully, then, on the entire hidden immortal continent, who can be my opponent? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a green color like a copper coin. The true essence in his body surged, and his figure accelerated. His mind was released, wanting to take this torch dragon god-demon puppet, no, the 12 god-demon puppets in the entire space into his own space. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's mind touched the torch dragon god-demon puppet, before he could cover the entire god-demon puppet, he saw a powerful clear light sweep across the other side of the torch dragon god-demon puppet. It was precisely Xiao Hua's divine sense. Once this clear light touched Xiao Hua's divine sense, it immediately flashed with an intense brilliance. Immediately after, a powerful pressure roared from afar and pounced towards Xiao Hua. This pressure admittedly couldn't compare to the aura of the god-demon puppet, but it was many times stronger than Xiao Hua's divine sense. Under this pressure, Xiao Hua's mind and divine sense were forced to withdraw from the god-demon puppet. Even Xiao Hua's figure was controlled by this pressure, unable to move. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. How could he not know that he had encountered a literary sage? However, Xiao Hua was only at the 6th level of origin energy. How could he be the opponent of an 8th level origin energy literary sage? Under this pressure, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it was still to no avail. Just as Xiao Hua was struggling, he saw a huge fist condensed from 5-colored true essence smashing down like the hand of a nascent soul. Hong! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua was like a child, unable to fight back at all. His figure was sent flying by this punch. There was a violent roar in his mind. The true essence in his body was like a tsunami that went out of control. Even the formless nascent soul in his lower dantian was almost destroyed. While Xiao Hua's mind was in a daze, on the other side of the god-demon puppet, Duanmu Jiancher's figure appeared. How could it be him? He is Xiao Hua of the Tao sect. Even the literary sage of the Duanmu family was somewhat familiar with this recently famous Tao sect cultivator. He couldn't help but be slightly startled and blurted out in surprise, "No wonder this old man felt that this divine sense was rather weak. It was different from the other literary sages. How did he get in?" "Oh, not good." Duanmu Jianshi was shocked. Seeing that Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying straight to the blood pillar under the god-demon puppet, he hurriedly wanted to raise his hand to pull Xiao Hua out. But at this moment the entire space shook slightly. In the distance, the Ho-Tu god-demon puppet that was closest to the torch dragon god-demon puppet was shaking slightly. Duanmu Jianshi knew that another literary sage had begun to collect the god-demon puppet. He was afraid that there would be some changes and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let go of Xiao Hua and slapped his hand on the top of his head. 5-colored true essence gushed out from there. The 5-colored true essence didn't turn into a subbody. Instead, it quickly disappeared into the space. In a moment, around the torch dragon god-demon puppet, the space of 100 li was controlled by Duanmu Jianshi. A 5-colored subbody was formed using the space of 100 li. Immediately, Duanmu Jianshi's subbody stretched out both hands to grab the god-demon puppet. Gotcha! Duanmu Jianshi's hand landed on the god-demon puppet and shook it vigorously. He wanted to take the god-demon puppet out of the blood pillar. However, this god-demon puppet trembled slightly and that inexplicable fluctuation came out of the blood pillar. As soon as this fluctuation touched the subbody's hands, those hands immediately cracked and fell off piece by piece. In just a few breaths, it turned into nothingness. Even Duanmu Jianshi's 5-colored subbody that was merged into the space had a feeling of being torn apart. See. Duanmu Jianshi took a breath of cold air. The huge subbody stood in the air. His eyes looked at the silver light in the blood pillar, secretly calculating in his heart. After a long while, Duanmu Jianshi raised his head again. Just a few distance away, near the god-demon puppets, there was a subbody similar to him. But they were like him, somewhat helpless. Perhaps. Duanmu Jianshi withdrew his gaze and looked at the god-demon puppets again. He thought to himself, I can use this silver light. But what is this silver light? The silver light fell from the clouds and landed evenly in the space. The brilliance was very gentle, but it was sharp. It was far from the usual bright moonlight. Rumble. Just as Duanmu Jianshi was thinking, there was a thunderous sound in the distance. Duanmu Jianshi hurriedly used his white jade eyes to look over. Far away from Duanmu Jianshi was the bird head and human body, standing on 2 azure dragons. Next to Gomang was the head of the Chu family, Chu Yun and Chu Yoji. Chu Yun's head emitted a 5-colored sword ray. This sword ray covered the silver light of Gomang's upper body. The silver light, under the influence of the sword ray, pressed against the blood-red light of the lower body. The silver light gave birth to a sword ray, and the blood-red light gave birth to a thunderbolt to fight the sword ray. Chapter 39:01. Oh. Seeing that Chu Yun, who didn't have the highest cultivation, was the first to find a way to control the puppet of the celestial and demon, Duanmu Jianqing frowned. He naturally thought of the condition Chu Yun mentioned before entering the celestial and demon blood swamp. He then looked at the silver clouds and thought to himself, could it be that there are some extremely powerful imperial weapons in the celestial and demon blood swamp? Could it be the strongest imperial weapon, the soft-like water sword, that can restrain the godly demon chess? Forget it. Who cares what it is? Let's keep this puppet of the gods and demons first. Duanmu Jijin's subbody moved closer to the silver clouds. Sure enough, a noble chief familiar to Confucian cultivators came out of the silver light. Duanmu Jijin was overjoyed. He urged his 5 Chi's unification technique to absorb the silver light while urging his Jin Chi to expel the blood on the torch dragon god golem. Gotcha! Similar to what happened to Chu Yun, bursts of lightning came out of the blood pillar, trying to stop the silver light from entering. The lightning was very fierce, and even someone as strong as Duanmu Jiji couldn't stop it. The Jin Qi in his middle dantian was extremely shaken, and he couldn't control it for a while. Poof! Duanmu Jiji opened his mouth, and another 5-colored light fell into the silver cloud above his head. Swoosh! A huge amount of silver light fell like the power of the moon and stars. Boom! The silver light on the godly demon puppet rippled like a tide, and rushed towards the blood-red light. Just like that, under Duanmu Jiji's control, the silver light gradually drove the blood-red light from the godly demon puppet, and finally reached the bottom of the puppet. At this point, Duanmu Jiji was powerless. The silver light and the blood-red light were in a stalemate. Duanmu Jisher was a bit anxious. He knew that if there was another literary saint to help, they would definitely be able to take the fiend god puppet out of the blood pillar. However, none of the 12 literary saints would let go of the 12 fiend god puppets, so no one could succeed. Duanmu Jianshi took a moment to look up. It was just as he thought. Although the cultivation of the other saints was about the same, there was a huge difference. Except for Murong Jun and Duanmu Jianshi, who had both washed the blood to the bottom of the puppet of gods and demons, the other 9 were all around 80%. Chu Yun, who had the lowest cultivation, only reached 75%. In fact, when Duanmu Jiji took the time to look, the other literary saints also looked, and they all didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The literary saints were in an awkward situation, and Xiao Hua, who was injured by Duanmu Jiji, was even more troublesome. At that time, Duanmu Jianshi originally thought that it was another literary sage who wanted to snatch the demon god's puppet from him, so he didn't hold back at all in that punch. Even though Xiao Hua was very strong now, he still didn't count for much before reaching the 8th level of elemental energy. This round of attacks nearly killed him. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's body had just been reconstructed in the godly demon blood pool whirlpool, and in this space, a strange wave kept flowing from his body. This wave was like a water wave, and blocked part of Duanmu Jiji's fatal punch. Xiao Hua was very lucky to be beaten dizzy, and fainted after just one glance at Duanmu Jiji. This time, the fainting was different from before. All the primordial spirits in other spaces fainted under the literary saint's punch, without any exception. Although Xiao Hua was lucky not to be killed on the spot, unfortunately, his body was sent into the blood pillar by Duanmu Jiji. Duanmu Jiji discovered that it was Xiao Hua, and could have saved him, but in order to steal the torch dragon god puppet, Duanmu Jiji abandoned Xiao Hua like he was a fallen leaf, and allowed Xiao Hua's body to be sucked into the spinning blood pillar. Xiao Hua's body fell into the blood pillar, and with the flickering blood light, he quickly fell towards the triangular blood pillar. That blood pillar was very long, and the triangular blood pillar was also very big. Only when Duanmu Jiji began to urge the silver light to wash the blood did Xiao Hua fall into the triangular blood pillar. Inside the triangular blood pillar was an even more strange space. Layers of fluctuations produced extreme spatial distortions. Xiao Hua's body floated along with the fluctuations like duckweed in the water. Every time a fluctuation passed, it would produce a strange phenomenon, either stretching Xiao Hua's body to the extreme, or compressing Xiao Hua's body to the extreme. Moreover, the blood that could no longer be seen as a blood wave was condensed into specks of blood. Every time a speck of blood touched Xiao Hua's skin, it would burn an extremely deep bloody hole in his skin. Xiao Hua's tough body was barely able to maintain itself in this space, let alone the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. Even if these literary saints above fell in here, they would probably be burned to the point where not even their bones would be left. Granny, it's really troublesome. At the critical moment, these brats are not enough, so I have to take action. Green-robed Xiao Hua's arrogant voice came from Xiao Hua's body. This guy was hiding in the space to teach his disciples, so he was not injured by Duanmu Jiji. Now he could only control Xiaohua's body. And from his tone, he must be used to scolding his disciples in the space, so there was a faint majesty in his voice. Just as green-robed Xiaohua took control of his body, Duanmu Jiji, Murongjun, Chu Yun, and the other literary saints began to expel the blood pillars. These 12 blood pillars rushed towards the triangular blood pillar. Green-robed Xiaohua, who was hiding in the triangular blood pillar, immediately faced a huge pressure. Oh, not good. Seeing the 12 blood pillars smashing towards him with great force, green-robed Xiaohua was not as calm as Xiaohua. He also didn't have a specific understanding of Xiaohua's body, so he hurriedly wanted to take out his Kunlun mirror. However, just as he flew into the space and faced the blood pillar falling from above, he immediately thought of the scene of the billions of incomplete sword wills and sword chi falling from above. He almost didn't hesitate to take out Lil Do from the space, waving his hand and placing it above his head. Boom! The blood pillars fell and a huge amount of blood mist rushed into Xiao Do. Xiao Do shook slightly at first, then a faint suction force appeared, as if it was tasting the blood mist. And with the urging of the 12 literary saints, even more blood mist rushed into Xiao Do. Xiao Dou's suction force suddenly increased and waves of blood mist fell into Xiao Do. Just like before, at the opening of Xiao Do, strands of extremely pure blood seeped into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Ha, this old man is a genius. Green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. If this lord was here, he might not be so quick-witted. After a while, the blood pillars and the silver light were in a deadlock. The blood pillars didn't fall, so Xiao Dou's suction force turned towards the blood triangular space. Seeing Xiao Dou like this, green-robed Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his right hand and dripped a drop of blood essence into Xiao Dou. Originally, Xiaohua's blood couldn't fall into Xiao Dou, but now that Xiao Dou was absorbing the blood mist, he didn't discriminate and merged it into Xiao Dou. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, green-robed Xiaohua became even more smug. He felt that one drop of blood essence might not be enough, so he dripped another 9 drops of blood essence before stopping. When the 9th drop of blood essence fell into Xiao Dou violently trembled and suddenly released fluctuations. This fluctuation followed the blood mist into the triangular space. This fluctuation in the triangular space's fluctuations intertwined, causing the entire space's fluctuations to become chaotic. At this moment, the literary saints in the sky looked at each other and finally began to act again. Mu Rongjuan slapped his head and a 5-colored true energy flew out from his head. This 5-colored true energy was different from before. It was only as thick as a thumb and was almost crystallized. What was special was that there were faint traces of blood at the edges of this 5-colored true energy. These traces of blood had Mu Rongjuan's appearance. This was the life true energy of the literary saints. As soon as this 5-colored life source true chi came out, Mu Rongjuan's face turned deathly pale. Moreover, the sub-body that had merged into the void shrank by more than 30%. Go! Mu Rongjuan was very cautious as he urged this 5-colored life source true chi to rush towards the silver-white clouds in the sky. Yes, this is how it should be. Only by borrowing the power of the unknown silver clouds can we completely expel the blood pillars. Duanmu Jianshi saw Mu Rongjuan like this and understood. He also urged his own true energy. His 5-colored true energy was similar to Mu Rongjuan's, but the arrangement of the 5 colors was a bit different. When Duanmu Jianshi's 5-colored true energy fell into the silver clouds, a surging aura several times stronger than before poured in. Fellow immortals. Duanmu Jianshi quickly said, this must be the sacred artifact of our Confucian cultivators. Our individual strengths are too weak to activate it. The ancients have said that a lone hand can't clap, a lone tree can't support a tree. We need to work together to succeed. Good, how could the literary saints not know this? When they spoke, they activated their 5-colored natal energies. Boom! Boom! The natal energies of the 12 saints of literature fell into the clouds, causing the clouds to tremble like lightning and thunder. Beams of silver light sprinkled down like the sun. Under the light beam, not only did the 12 puppets of deities and demons expel the darkness, but the entire space was also shaken by the light beam. The fluctuations that filled the entire space became disordered. Black and white cracks appeared in the blood-red space. The silver and black lattices that were laid together began to fall rapidly. Black and silver intertwined. Strands of lightning and thunder suddenly appeared. The silver and black lattices that hadn't fallen down started to flicker crazily. The flickering luster rushed to the triangular region at the bottom. Quick! Duanmu Jianshi saw this and loudly said, "In this space, the silver cloud's power and the blood-red power are in balance. When we 12 literary saints suddenly intervened, we destroyed this balance. The silver Confucian sacred artifact's power surpasses the blood-red power. I'm afraid this space is about to collapse. Let's put away the demon god chess and escape." Since Duanmu Jianshi could see this, how could the other literary saints not know? Other than Chu Yun, who had an awkward expression on her face, it was as if someone had seen through her thoughts. Everyone else hurriedly activated their secondary bodies and prepared to collect the 12 godly demon puppets. Chapter 3902. Wang. The ripples below the 12 divine runes became even more chaotic. The suction force tore apart the blood pillar, the silver light, and even the surrounding space. Zhu Wenqing only thought that his arrival had disrupted the balance, but their sentiments were wrong. Within the blood-red triangle, the small funnel's suction force grew stronger and stronger. Strands of blood crystals and the silver crystal threads behind them also fell into Xiao Hua's body. Sigh. The poor Xiao Hua just woke up. He didn't have time to scold the green-robed Xiao Hua for his recklessness. He hurriedly urged his primordial spirits to clean up the mess. However, with the experience of the Sword Tomb, Xiao Hua didn't panic. Right now, his nascent soul was like a sea of stars, and his middle dantian was like a sea of qi. It was Xiao Dou that absorbed the blood. Xiao Hua's only worry was that he would be discovered by the 12 divine runes. Duanmu Jishi's punch was still fresh in his mind. If the other divine runes found out, he would really die. Luckily, the current space was extremely chaotic. The ripples were everywhere. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, they were all torn apart. Even the clear eyes technique was torn apart. Xiao Hua wasn't worried about being seen by others. Moreover, the 12 divine runes wanted to collect the 12 puppets the most. None of them could be distracted. Whoosh whoosh. After the pillar of blood and the black gas were absorbed, the silver clouds were also pulled into Xiao Dou's suction force. The 12 puppets of gods and devils and the 12 saints of runes were also pulled into the suction force. Even the entire space was now rumbling, as if it was being ravaged by lightning. It looked like the space was about to collapse. Not good. Seeing the change in space, Chu Yun knew that things weren't good. He glanced at the divine runes with resentment, then looked at the silver cloud that was gradually becoming thinner due to Xiao Dou's suction force. Knowing that the thing behind the cloud would soon be discovered, he hurriedly punched his chest. Pfff. A mouthful of blood fell into the air. Chu Yun raised his hand and the blood exploded. Tens of thousands of blood runes tumbled out. Go. Chu Yun hurriedly channeled his true qi. The blood runes were like blooming flowers as they flew towards the Go Mang God demon puppet in front of him. When the blood-red runes landed on the Go Mang God golem, a strange sound rang out in the space. Then, the Go-Mang God Golem was covered in a blood-red color again, but this blood-red color was extremely bright in the silver light. Withdraw. Chu-Yun waved her hands, and the blood-colored godly demon puppet began to flicker with a thin whirlpool. The silver clouds also began to rotate, and the huge godly demon puppet began to shrink. The speed of its shrinking slowed down at first, then gradually accelerated. The head of the Chu family, Chu-Yun, used his family's secret technique to capture the Go-Mang God demon puppet. Gongshu Yenin of the Gongshu family also used his secret technique to capture the Shui-Bai God demon puppet. The other divine runes also didn't want to be left behind. They all took out their trump cards. Duanmu Jiji of the Duanmu family took the Zhu Long God demon puppet, Murong family took the Chang Liang God demon puppet, Wangfu Gongqing of the Huangfu family took the Ru Shou God demon puppet, Zhang Sun Ji of the Zhang Sun family took the Gong Gong God demon puppet, Yuan family's Yuan God demon puppet, Kong family's Kong Qing took the Fu Hai God demon puppet, Meng Meng of the Meng family took the Di Jiang God demon puppet, Mo Xia of the Mo family took the Tian Wu God demon puppet, Zhou Zhen of the Zhou family took the Xian Ming God demon puppet, and Lu Qin of the Lu family took the Zhu Rong God demon puppet. Although Chu-Yun was the first to use his secret technique, his cultivation was the weakest. So, after he captured the Go-Mang God demon puppet, the other 11 divine runes had already flown towards the silver cloud. Fellow immortals. Chu-Yun panicked and yelled, "We already agreed when we came in. Apart from the 12 godly demon chess pieces, our Chu family has the right to choose first. What's behind the silver cloud?" Before Chu-Yun could finish, Duanmu Jiji's cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend Chu, what's behind the silver cloud? How can it be ordinary if it's used to suppress the godly demon chess pieces?" Well, Chu-Yun was a bit hesitant, but seeing that the silver cloud was almost torn apart by the huge suction force, he knew that there was no point in trying to hide anything. Just as he was about to speak, boom. The entire space gathered towards the triangular area below the divine runes, and the silver cloud was finally torn apart. Kang! A strong sword sound came from behind the silver cloud. Then, the divine rune's eyes lit up as a 10,000-mile-long sword ray slashed across the sky. The space that was originally a mixture of blood and silver light was immediately split open, and layers of thunder mixed with wind and rain came out from the crack. Tian, son of heaven's sword. All the literary saints were dumbfounded as they stared dumbfoundedly at the huge treasured sword that emerged from behind the clouds under the thunderstorm. Sword light radiated from this treasured sword. This sword light was different from ordinary sword light as it didn't have the coldness of killing. Instead, it had a warmth that seeped into one's heart and lungs. Within that silver sword light, there were tens of thousands of sword wills. The inner layer of this sword wills was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscription. What was similar to what Xiao Hua saw in the illusion at the bottom of the Saint River was that the hilt of the sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons and phoenixes. The blade under the sword ray didn't look sharp at all, it didn't even look sharp. There were no spikes at the tip, only an oval shape. How is this possible? Murong Jun and the others couldn't help but mutter, "The Saint River hid the Emperor's sword, and the Emperor's sword came out to suppress the 9 provinces. Wasn't the Emperor's sword put under the Saint River? How did it appear in the godly demon blood pool?" Woo! While the divine runes were still in shock, Chu-Yun turned into countless rainbows and flew towards the Emperor's sword. Unfortunately, before he could touch the Emperor's sword, the sword intent within the sword turned into a gust of wind and blocked him. Even a divine rune like Chu-Yun couldn't get any closer. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chu Yun in such a sorry state, Duanmu Jiancher laughed. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, you. I don't know what to say about you. I didn't expect you to scheme so hard to get the Emperor's sword. Didn't you see the hilt of the Emperor's sword? The Emperor's sword can't be held with your hands. You have to use your heart to hold it. Only a benevolent heart, only a sword heart that carries the supreme will of God can control it. What right do you have to dare to hold the Emperor's sword that can shake the 9 provinces? Not to mention you, even I, don't dare to take it. I. Chu Yun's face turned green and red. She only dared to mutter in her heart, do I have the guts to be a noble or a general? Whoosh. Just as Duanmu Jiancher was laughing at Chu Yun, the Emperor's sword rose into the sky and escaped from the spatial crack. Let's go, the space is about to collapse. The literary saints finally woke up from their shock and amusement. They each urged their clouds to fly out of the collapsing space. They did not even dare to think about the blood-red area within the space that could resist the Son of Heaven's sword. Just as Zhu Wenqing flew out of the space, amidst the violent wind and rain, a huge cloud pillar fell from the distant horizon. It transformed into a huge hand in front of everyone and grabbed the Son of Heaven's sword. This giant hand was naturally the one that crushed the Buddhist sect's teleportation channel. Seeing that the cloud pillar was filled with a majestic aura and a will as vast as the starry sky came from the rain, the 12 divine runes immediately stood respectfully in the air. No one dared to move. Divine Rune Star, the highest divine ability of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. It was revered by all cultivators. Whoosh! The giant hand fell and the flying Emperor's sword was stopped. The Emperor's sword released a gentle sword light that blocked the giant hand. However, the giant hand bent and the inscription chains on the Emperor's sword began to collapse. The world began to distort and the Emperor's sword was about to fall into the giant hand. Boom! At this moment, dark green clouds flashed in another part of the sky. A thick green cloud pillar also rolled over and turned into a giant hand that grabbed the Emperor's sword's tip. The 12 divine runes were shocked. They wanted to leave but didn't dare to. However, the Emperor's sword was on the verge of exploding and instantly enveloped them. In the sky above the God-fiend blood pool, air currents began to wreak havoc. The space within 5,000 kilometers was filled with a cold air that wanted to tear everything apart. Rumble. A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A gigantic lightning pillar fell from the sky. Between the edges of the lightning pillar, images of dragons and phoenixes surged. The lightning pillar was filled with reddish-yellow draconic aura. When the lightning pillar fell, it transformed into a gigantic hand. This gigantic hand was different from the previous 2 gigantic hands. It was shaped like a heart, but also like a jade seal. After a few transformations, it grabbed the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword. Whoosh! The Emperor's sword's hilt was grabbed and the entire sword will changed. Golden spears and armored horses, a sea of blood and yellow sand, and thunderbolts came out from within. The originally smooth sword tip turned flat and sharp at the same time. As the sword light flashed, the thunderstorm and raindrops in the sky all turned into swords. The 2 giant hands that were grabbing the sword tip were cut in half by this supreme sword tip. Whoosh! A huge wind howled. The 2 giant hands turned into pillars of air and quickly retreated. The lightning pillar roared and brought the Emperor's sword back into the sky. With the Son of Heaven's sword gone, the entire space immediately fell silent. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder was like a dragon, and the lightning illuminated the faces of the 12 saints of literature. Everyone's faces were dazed, and their eyes were filled with shock. After a while, Murong Jun was the first to fly away, not leaving behind a single word. Then, the other divine runes left in a hurry and also didn't leave a single word. Chu Yun and Chu Yoji were the last to leave. They looked down with some unwillingness. The blood pool that was originally thousands of miles long had now become barren land with countless cracks. Not a single trace of the blood from before was left. At this moment, the cracks were being drenched by the rain. It wouldn't be long before it became a lake of rain. Chapter 3903. Chu Yun tried his best to cast the eye-cleansing technique to see how the space had collapsed, but he was disappointed, as he could not find anything. However, he raised his head and glanced into the distance, and let out a sigh. If even that person couldn't see it, how could I see it? Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I planned for so long to be the oriole, but in the end, I realized that I was nothing more than a pitiful cicada. In the end, I was caught by that person. Chu Yun sighed and flew away. However, Chu Yun didn't have too many regrets. Although the Chu clan didn't get as much as he expected, he achieved his goal. He even got a god-demon puppet. Chu Yun didn't work for nothing. With this god-demon puppet, the Chu clan's position in the hidden immortal continent would be even more stable. They would become a third-rate clan sooner or later. Everyone left, and the third day of the storm also gradually passed. Just as Chu Yun saw, the 10,000 miles of blood pool had disappeared. The seemingly barren land had turned into a rain pool. Under the sunlight, the rain pool gradually evaporated. However, if there were no accidents, it would take another 10,000 years before there would be any signs of human habitation. After all, how could a land eroded by demonic chi be so easily fertile? Many people in the hidden immortal continent knew about the god-demon blood pool. Even the news of the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector appearing in the god-demon blood pool quickly spread across the hidden immortal continent. In the next few months, countless cultivators came to the god-demon blood pool. Unfortunately, they only watched and listened. Everyone knew the process of the bloody battle, but no one knew the true ending of the bloody battle. The 12 families of the literary saints kept their mouths shut. No one knew that the god-demon chess had fallen into the hands of the 12 families, and no one knew that the emperor's sword had appeared. Under the god-demon blood pool, the bloody space, after several months of collapsing and absorbing, had fallen into the small bucket. The space had now turned into a tiny dot of blood. Within the ripples in the void, no eye-clear technique could see through them. And the source of this fluctuation was a triangular blood-colored bone lying quietly in the small bucket. After several months of quiet cultivation, Xiaohua's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, Xiaohua was now very calm. Not only because his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but also because his cultivation path was different from the path of ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world. He felt that his cultivation was closer to scattered nascent soul. If one were to ignore the spirit severing or out-of-body process in the Dao sect's cultivation realm, Xiaohua's current realm should be the early stage of the spirit severing stage. Of course, using cultivation realm to estimate Xiaohua's strength would only be falling into Xiaohua's scheme. How could Xiaohua's strength be merely at the lower stages of the 6th grade of essence energy? Actually, Xiaohua had already discovered this triangular blood-colored bone when Little Doe had retracted the space. He had even taken the opportunity to send his mind into the space to investigate. After all, this triangular bone was really too obvious. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, the triangle was the same as the triangle in the space where the white bone top gate was. Needless to say, the one who controlled the puppets was the last piece of bone in his space. However, during this period of time, Xiaohua had been hesitating and indecisive. Because he still didn't know the power of the puppets, but Xiaohua was very clear about what kind of existence the blood pool of the gods was. Since this blood-colored bone could create a 10,000 li wide blood pool of the gods, then it was definitely not a good thing. Xiaohua didn't know what kind of consequences would arise if he collected this bone and put it back. He even felt that in the space, even the Jade Archive Xiaohua might not be able to restrain the complete bone. Therefore, looking at the triangular bone in Little Doe, Xiaohua acted out of character and didn't immediately retract it into the space. Perhaps I can only wait a little longer. After thinking for so long, Xiaohua already had some plans in his heart. Wait until I find the origin of this bone, or until my cultivation is enough. Seeing the last of the blood-colored light fall into the blood bone, Xiaohua stored Little Doe and the blood bone beside the Great Derivation Exquisite Pagoda in his Naiwan Palace. Firstly, under the innate divine restriction, the blood bone wouldn't be discovered by others. Secondly, the blood bone's fluctuations were extremely useful for Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua wasn't willing to let go of such a rare cultivation opportunity. After packing up, Xiaohua didn't dare to directly fly out of the blood pool. Instead, he flew into the distance for a long time, and only flew out when he felt that he was far away. At this time, the blood pool of the gods was already secluded. The barren land and faint mud were no different from ordinary wastelands. Xiaohua released his divine sense and didn't find anything wrong. Of course, the current Xiaohua was clear that he could only discover this much. There were many things that others didn't want him to discover, but he couldn't discover them either. After calculating with his fingers, Xiaohua realized that he had missed the appointment. He had spent too much time in the blood pool of the gods. Even if he rushed to the North Sea now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. Forget it, I'll just take my time. The matter of the Chu clan can drag on for dozens of years. Perhaps the selection of the North Sea can also drag on for several years. Xiaohua helplessly moved his body and prepared to fly towards the North Sea. However, he had just flown 100 miles when his heart suddenly jolted. His body stopped in midair, and his gaze passed through the clouds and fell on the ground that used to be the 10,000 miles blood swamp. This 10,000 miles blood swamp has now become land. This land is indeed barren, but it is still land. The hidden immortal continent is currently in chaos. Although this has nothing to do with this Xiao still took over the 9 cauldrons. In the future, this Xiao will definitely return the 9 cauldrons, but during this period of time, what should I do about the calamity of the 9 prefectures? It's a pity that the land is now barren. If it can be filled with food, this Xiao can also make up for the mistake of taking over the cauldrons. In the eyes of the compassionate Xiaohua, the life and death of the people was much more important than the appointment of the North Sea. Since it was already too late, then let it be a little later. Thus, Xiaohua released Yuanya, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, and even the Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion from the space. Each of them took a Qinquan bag and let them spread the seeds of food within the territory of 10,000 li. The territory of 10,000 li didn't sound big, but 10,000 li was an extremely terrifying number. Xiaohua also didn't want to let those hidden things see his true strength, so Xiaohua also patiently accompanied the group of disciples to slowly spread the seeds. After spending no less than 10 days, the seemingly boundless territory of the secular world was planted with the seeds of food. The place where the seeds were sown the earliest had already begun to produce seedlings. Only then did Xiaohua take out the mountain and river seal and pretend to put the group of disciples, except for Fu Jiwen, back into the mountain and river seal. However, when Xiaohua took out the Pegasus and flying chariot from the Qinquan bag, a leisurely voice came from who knows where, Taoist Master Xiaohua, who cares about people's hearts, compared to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, Who knows how many times stronger? If Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was replaced with Taoist Master Shao, this old man will definitely agree. Ah! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hastily stood in the air respectfully and bowed towards the distance. Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior. Junior doesn't dare to compare myself to some Buddhist bodhisattva. Junior was only born in a farmer's family, so I have always felt the hardships of the farmer's family. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity, I want to do something for the hardworking farmers. Moreover, Junior obtained these grain seeds from the hands of great Master Dao Shan of the Bronze Pillar Country's Seven Sons Temple. At that time, great Master Dao Shan would rather starve himself than forget to give porridge to the beggars. Junior is untalented, but I am willing to fulfill great Master Dao Shan's last wish and help the common people of the world escape from disaster. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He took out the golden steel from the Seven Sons Temple and took out a dozen chinquan bags. Seeing the grain seeds flowing into the chinquan bags from the golden steel, Xiao Hua's eyes looked all around. Naturally, he didn't dare to release his divine sense. When the dozen chinquan bags were filled with a lot of grain seeds, Xiao Hua received the golden steel and respectfully sent the dozen chinquan bags into the air. He bowed and said, Junior is only a cultivator of the Dao school. My strength is weak, and I am far inferior to all of you seniors. Now, Junior asks all of you seniors to gift these grain seeds to the common people of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. This is the blessing of the common people, and also the fortune of the Confucian cultivators. Ha, you little child really know how to order people around. Another voice was also faintly discernible. However, while they were talking, one of the chinquan bags mysteriously disappeared. However, for the common people, this old man is also willing to be schemed against by you. After one chinquan bag disappeared, the other dozen chinquan bags also disappeared. Finally, a thumb-sized jade buckle fell into Xiao Hua's hand out of thin air. The voice from before sounded in Xiao Hua's ear, this old man is the true Confucian, Sun Tian. This is my candidate for the true Confucian. Right now, your cultivation is too shallow, so you don't need to know the origin and use of this token. Wait until your Confucian cultivation reaches the realm of the sage of literature, then you will understand. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He didn't know what this true Confucian was. However, to have such a high cultivation Confucian senior give him some kind of token, it was enough for him to fart. He hastily received the jade buckle and bowed. After Xiao Hua got up, the entire surroundings became silent again. Xiao Hua released his divine sense, but still didn't find anything. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay for long. He ordered Fu Jiwen to drive the heavenly horse-flying carriage and hurriedly fly towards the North Sea. Disciple, have you heard of the true Confucian? After flying for several days, they were already far away from the blood pool of gods and devils. Xiao Hua asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Fu Jiwen shook his head slightly, disciple doesn't know. I've never heard of it. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that this was another secret of the Confucian cultivators. With Fu Jiwen's family background, there was no way for him to know. However, Fu Jiwen immediately smiled and said, Master is so amazing. There are so many sage of literature in the blood pool of gods and devils, but they didn't dare to make a move against Master. Instead, they helped Master spread the seeds. In this way, Master doesn't need to rely on the Murong family. You can also be on good terms with the various Confucian families. The forces of the Immortal Palace won't dare to casually make a move against Master. Chapter 3904. Hee hee, of course. Xiaohua also smiled mysteriously and said, sometimes cultivation isn't omnipotent. But without cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Fujiwen replied, if Master didn't come out of the blood pool of gods and devils alive, how could you have the chance to meet these literary saints? But then again, Master, what happened in the blood pool of gods and devils? It actually attracted the attention of so many literary saints here. These people. I'm afraid they're not just literary saints. Hearing Fujiwen mention literary saints, Xiaohua immediately thought of Duanmu Jianshi. However, he couldn't be sure of the cultivation of these scholarly cultivators. He was only puzzled for a moment, then told Fujiwen the truth of the blood pool of gods and devils that he knew. Finally, he said, under the blood pool of gods and devils, there are 12 godly devil chess pieces. But from what Master sees, they're just puppets of gods and devils. Now, those scholarly cultivator families, including the Chu family, have obtained them. As for which families, Master doesn't know. Without the godly devil chess pieces, the blood pool of gods and devils naturally doesn't exist anymore. If, in a few years, the Chu family comes to the blood pool of gods and devils again, and they see that this area is all fertile land, Master, what do you think the Chu family head's expression will be like? When the Chu family head or senior Murong Tsongyun knows that this is Master's work, what will they think? Fujiwen asked with interest. How others see Master, it has nothing to do with Master. Xiaohua replied meaningfully, what Master wants to do, is only what I want to do. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Fujiwen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied, if disciple has Master's realm, disciple's heavenly book will be able to break out. Sooner or later. Xiaohua looked at the setting sun in the distance, with the seed of the blood pool, the land of fish and rice won't be far away. With faith in your heart, hope won't be far away. Under the evening sky, the heavenly horse's brilliance overflowed, dragging the flying carriage forward. In this boundless night sky, it was like a faint hope in people's hearts. Although it was rare, it was still common. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't expect that the sowing seeds that made all the literary stars look askance would attract hundreds of millions of townspeople not long after. With people, there's a family, there's a country. Under the support of the people, a country. Under the country's country. Under the support of the people, a country's Tao empire faintly formed. Although the empire's empire, it didn't have an empire. The scorching sun was like a huge fireball hanging high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the whole world was filled with glaring sunlight. At this time, Xiaohua was standing on the airship with his hands behind his back. His eyes were staring straight at the ground. His gaze was like the sun as he slowly looked through the town on the ground. Fujiwen still stood behind the Pegasus. He looked at the town below the flying carriage, and then looked at Xiaohua's expression. He waited until Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes before he asked tentatively, Master, this Lu town, is it the one Master is looking for? Xiaohua shook his head slightly. No. Yes, this is the 12th one. Hearing this, Fujiwen agilely urged the Pegasus and said, from Zhaixing Lu's jade eyes, there are 177 Lu towns in Gun province. On the way from the God-fiend blood pool to the North Sea, we can pass by at most 36 Lu towns. This is only the 12th one. Master, don't be anxious. As long as this Lu town is on the hidden immortal continent, we will find it sooner or later. Sigh. Hearing Fujiwen's comforting words, Xiaohua felt bitter in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Lu Zhen he was looking for was in the hidden immortal continent. He even hoped that this Lu Zhen was in the Gun prefecture. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, Xiaohua said, how far is the next Lu town from here? Master, there are 2 Lu towns closest to here. These 2 are not on our route. One is more than 3,000 li away, and the other is more than 4,000 li away. If Master is in a hurry, I'm afraid you can only go to one of them. Fu Jiwen replied confidently. Moreover, Master, disciple feels that you can actually use your divine sense to search. You don't have to fly close to carefully search. Xiao Hua ignored Fu Jiwen's suggestion and waved his hand. Then let's find the one closest to our route. Yes, Master. Although Fu Jiwen did not dare to ask too much, but from Xiao Hua's cautious attitude when looking for Lu Zhen, he knew that Lu Zhen was extremely important to Xiao Hua. He only replied and urged the heaven horse to fly towards the closest Lu Zhen. After flying for a while, Fu Jiwen seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Soon after, he took out another pink jade eyes and looked at it again. He then raised his head and smiled at Xiao Hua. Master, do you still remember the Broken Heart Mountain that Senior Zhai Xingzi and Senior Gusuchodi went to? Xiao Hua was a little absent-minded and casually replied. And, of course I remember. Then Master should also know that saying, right? What saying? Xiao Hua pulled his thoughts back from the Lu town and looked at Fu Jiwen curiously. So Master doesn't know. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. On the Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is tied. On the Broken Heart Mountain, one's intestines are broken. This is a saying that has been widely spread among the scholarly cultivator aristocratic families. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart ached slightly. He naturally thought of the miserable expression on Fairy Jing's face that day. Xiao Hua had always felt guilty about Xue Xue's death. Not only did he have doubts about his relationship with Fairy Hongxia, but he also rejected Fairy Jing and Xian's faintly discernible good feelings. Perhaps Xiao Hua didn't feel Fairy Jing's resolute indifference that day, but after the passage of time, Xiao Hua could feel that kind of heavy love. What? Is there some beautiful legend about Broken Heart Mountain and Cast Emotion Mountain? Xiao Hua smiled stiffly and said. Is it as moving as the 10 great imperial equipment? Of course. Fu Jiwen smiled. Scholarly cultivators don't lack literary thought and writing skills. Even if something didn't happen, it would become an untainted story in the hands of scholarly cultivators. Oh. Tell me about it. Xiao Hua asked with interest. In the early years, there was a cowherd at the foot of Dragon Jade Mountain. This cowherd didn't have a name, so he was called a cowherd. This cowherd had no parents since he was young. He grew up alone and relied on his family to feed him. After he grew up, he relied on herding cows for a living. One day, when he came back from herding cows, he found that one of his cows was missing. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't dark to look for it. But strangely, he couldn't find his cow. Seeing that the sky was already dark and the moon had risen, he was really tired. He sat on a rock and cried. As he cried, he vaguely heard the sound of a cow in the distance. Thus, he stopped crying and hurriedly followed the sound of the cow's cry. In the end, he found his lost cow in a completely unfamiliar mountain. What surprised him was that the cow was holding a colorful piece of clothing in its mouth. This cowherd was an honest and considerate person. Of course, he couldn't take someone else's clothing, so he followed the cow's footprints. In the end, he found a group of women bathing in a hot spring in the mountain. Nonsense again. Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily, since the cow was holding a piece of clothing in its mouth. How could it make a sound? Master, can you listen to Disciple's story? Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That year, Disciple. At this point, Fu Jiwen hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't continue. Ha! Xiaohua laughed. Say it, master won't tell Wanwan. Okay, Fu Jiwen's face was embarrassed and continued to tell the story. After the women bathed, they all flew to the 9 heavens. Only one woman couldn't fly because she didn't have any clothes. The cowherd took the opportunity to come out from behind the tree and asked the woman to marry him. Then, he would return the clothes to the woman. The woman had no choice but to obey the cowherd. Although the woman was unwilling at first, she later lived with the cowherd and fell deeply in love with him. After a long time, the cowherd found out that his wife was actually the younger sister of the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor, Mysterious Maiden. That year, because she sneaked out of the Immortal Palace to play, the cowherd bumped into her. Later, Mysterious Maiden missed her family in the Immortal Palace, so the cowherd returned the heavenly clothing to her. Mysterious Maiden wore the immortal clothing and promised the cowherd that she would come back after a year. However, the cowherd waited at home for 3 years and still didn't see the shadow of Mysterious Maiden. The cowherd missed his wife, but he couldn't fly. In the end, one day, the missing cow said that as long as he peeled off the cow's skin, he could sit on the cow's skin and go to the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd really peeled off the cow's skin and went to the Immortal Palace. When he arrived at the Immortal Palace, the cowherd found that it wasn't that Mysterious Maiden didn't want him, but that the ruthless Immortal Emperor hated his younger sister for finding a cowherd and imprisoned Mysterious Maiden in the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd broke into the Immortal Palace and rescued Mysterious Maiden. However, when they were escaping, the Immortal Emperor got angry and turned the cowherd into a mountain. Mysterious Maiden would rather die than return to the Immortal Palace, so she also turned into a mountain and fell from the sky to accompany the cowherd. Thus, the 2 mountains became the Heartbreak Mountain and Mysterious Maiden's tears became the water of forgetfulness. Sitting on the cow's skin and ascending to the sky. Granny, isn't this the legendary boasting? Xiaohua smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents, and asked again, then what about the Cast Emotion Mountain? Is it the love story between the Immortal Emperor's other younger sister and a butcher? Ah. How did Master know? Didn't you never hear of it? Fu Jiwen pretended to be stunned and asked. Hey, Master naturally never heard of it. Xiaohua spat and scolded with a smile, but Master knows about the crooked intestines of those Confucian aristocratic families. Isn't this story used to make up stories about the immortal emperor of the Immortal Palace? Confucian cultivators emphasize on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, they emphasize on propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. That woman betrayed herself and slept with the cowherd just because she couldn't return to the Immortal Palace. How could she still have face? Moreover, after living together, she actually followed the cowherd wholeheartedly. Who is this cowherd? He is the most despicable person in the secular world of the hidden immortal continent. The dignified immortal emperor's younger sister actually broke off relations with the Immortal Palace for this vulgar person. Isn't this scolding the immortal emperor for not having etiquette and education and not being worthy of being in charge of the Immortal Palace? If the Heartbreak Mountain has this kind of story, then the Cast Emotion Mountain is naturally more or less the same. Of course, it is the love story between the immortal emperor's other younger sister and another despicable person. Chapter 3905. Ha! Fu Jiwen claps his hands and laughs, Master really understands. However, the story of Casting Emotion Mountain is the story of Immortal Emperor's 10th princess and a Daoist cultivator. Oh. 10th princess. Xiaohua's heart moves as he laughs. It seems that not only does the Immortal Emperor of Immortal Palace have no sisters, he also only has 9 princesses. There is definitely no 10th princess. This. Fu Jiwen's eyes turn as he understands something. He nods and says, Master is right. Although disciple doesn't know how many princesses the immortal emperor has, if this story comes from a Confucian family, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to use real people to mock them. It can only be fake, and the people of Immortal Palace and Confucian family are not fools. Xiao Hua says disdainfully, if it is really true, Immortal Palace can use the immortal law to punish them. Can they let this story spread in the world? Hee, Master, you really don't want to hear it. Fu Jiwen laughs, the jade eyes that by and gave disciple recorded the location of Casting Emotion Mountain. It is just 1,000 miles in front of us. This is the origin of the story of the Taoist cultivator and the 10th princess. Master, are you not interested? Oh. Is that Casting Emotion Mountain in front of us? Xiao Hua raises his head and looks into the distance. Is there anything special about this Casting Emotion Mountain? Master, won't you know after listening to the story? Fu Jiwen himself doesn't feel that he is very strange today. He has no reason to tell his master a story, and one after another. Xiao Hua laughs, then tell me. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen clears his throat and says, a long time ago, on a rainy dusk, Immortal Emperor's 10th princess couldn't bear the Immortal Palace's rules and regulations. She longed for the mundane world and secretly slipped away from the Immortal Palace to the hidden Immortal Continent. In a place called Linglong Mountain, she met a handsome Dao sect cultivator. This Dao sect cultivator was just tempted, but because he was impetuous and eager for quick success, he thought that he was the best in the world and flaunted his power around Linglong Mountain. When the 10th princess saw that the Dao sect cultivator was so ignorant, she warned him. Of course, the handsome young cultivator was no match for the 10th princess of the Immortal Palace. After he was defeated by the 10th princess, they agreed to fight again in 10 years. The 10th princess didn't care and agreed casually. As a result, the two fought again 10 years later, and the handsome young cultivator was defeated again. The Taoist cultivators were not convinced and said another 10 years. Just like that, the Taoist cultivators fought with the 10th princess 9 times in a row. The Taoist cultivators were defeated time and time again. After the 9th defeat, the Taoist cultivator put forward a condition during the battle. If he could defeat the 10th princess for the 10th time, the 10th princess would marry him. The 10th princess and the Taoist cultivator got to know each other after fighting. She actually secretly fell in love with this unyielding Taoist cultivator. Therefore, the 10th princess not only agreed to his condition, but also gave the Immortal Palace's secret heavenly book of 5 Chi's origin to the Taoist cultivator. What was the result? Xiao Hua frowned and asked. The result was that the 10th princess didn't appear during the 10th battle. Fu Jiwen was really good at telling stories. He slowly said, the Taoist cultivator waited for a year, but he still didn't see the 10th princess. According to the agreement, the Taoist cultivator won. However, not only was the Taoist cultivator not happy, but he was also extremely sad because he found that he had fallen in love with this unruly 10th princess. Although the 10th princess didn't say her background, the smart Taoist cultivator found clues from the Heavenly Book and used the magic he learned from the Heavenly Book to kill his way into the Immortal Palace. Not only did he break through the southern Heavenly Gate, he even broke into the Lingyun Palace and used the 5 Chi's Origin Sutra to force the Immortal Emperor to tell him the whereabouts of the 10th princess. It turned out that the 10th princess lost the Immortal Palace's treasure and couldn't explain it to the Immortal Emperor. She was also unwilling to say the whereabouts of the Heavenly Book, so she was suppressed by the Immortal Emperor under a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Moreover, when the Immortal Emperor suppressed the 10th princess, he said that unless someone could split the mountain in half with a sword, the 10th princess would never be able to escape from the cage. Therefore, the Taoist cultivator could only rely on his magic to save the 10th princess. When the Daoist cultivator reached the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, he found that this mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain. With his cultivation, he couldn't split it at all. Therefore, the Daoist cultivator built a hut at the foot of the mountain and accompanied the 10th princess while cultivating the 5 Chi's origin. As the saying goes, sincerity can split open metal and stone. The Daoist cultivator cultivated bitterly under the mountain for 1,000 years and refined the casting emotion sword. With a slash of his sword, he really split the 10,000 zhang tall mountain in half. The 10th princess flew out from the bottom of the mountain and lived together with the Daoist cultivator from then on. They were very happy. The name of the casting emotion mountain was spread from that time. As long as there were couples who went through the trials on both sides of the casting emotion mountain, they would definitely be able to forge their feelings into solid gold and obtain a happy marriage. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, although this story has a happy ending, but isn't this process too ridiculous? To think that a scholarly cultivator family could come up with something like this. Although Daoist cultivators are much stronger than cowherds, in the eyes of scholarly cultivators, they are also unbearable. Compared to Daoist cultivators, the southern heavenly gate was actually broken by Daoist cultivators, which is even more shameful. Although the story is slightly rough, men and women in the secular world like this kind of unyielding bones that don't fear power and also like to pursue happiness the most. Therefore, this story is widely spread in the secular world. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, when Disciple found out that Bai and was a female official of the Immortal Palace, I couldn't help but think of this story. Bai and even told Disciple the location of the casting emotion mountain to express that her feelings for Disciple are stronger than gold. Xiaohua woke up and pointed at Fu Jiwen, Disciple, so you want to go to the casting emotion mountain. You should have said so earlier, why do you have to beat around the bush with Master? Master. Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, even if Disciple wants to go, Disciple will go with Bai and Disciple is just telling Master. Then, where is the Linglong mountain in the story? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and asked again. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, Master has read a lot of scholarly cultivator books, presumably you also know that there are countless mountains in the hidden immortal continent, but there isn't a mountain range called Linglong Mountain. Perhaps the person who made up the story did it on purpose, or perhaps Linglong Mountain was afraid of the Immortal Palace and changed its name long ago. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly he remembered, that's right, what are Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan like now? Don't mention this pair of quarrelsome lovers. Hearing Xiaohua mention Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen said with a tone like mud that couldn't support a wall, this Yu Zhongquan is a stubborn donkey, the better Chang Yuan treats him, the more he avoids her, except for sword cultivation as a last resort, he doesn't talk to Chang Yuan at all. However, Disciple has secretly asked little junior sister, this is already not bad, compared to when we were in Yifeng country, they are much better. Do you think it will be useful to send them to the casting emotion mountain? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, you said that the story was made up by the scholarly cultivator family of the Immortal Palace. Why do you still believe in the use of the casting emotion mountain? Just treat a dead horse as a living horse. Xiaohua shrugged. After all, Master promised Chang Yuan. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes, looked at Xiaohua, and muttered, knowing that it's a dead horse, how can you treat it? Master, this is called grasping at straws. In Disciple's opinion, it's better to cook rice. Bah! How could Xiaohua not hear it? He scolded with a smile, of course you are willing to cook rice. How could your little junior sister do such a thing? If you don't do it, I will drug little junior brother. Master has countless spirit pills, this will definitely be a piece of cake. Fu Jiwen said without blushing or panting. Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "Disciple's idea is not bad, Master will reward you well." There is no need for any reward, Master can just teach disciple some divine abilities." Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. "And then Master will first seal your heavenly book, then seal your middle dantian." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Oh, Master, please don't." Fu Jiwen was shocked and shouted, "Then disciple will really become a male prostitute without any strength to truss a chicken. How can I bring you to the casting emotion mountain?" Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "That's true. Fortunately, Bai An is just an unremarkable female official in the Immortal Palace, otherwise, the story between you and Bai An would also be used by the scholarly cultivator family to make a big fuss." "Yes, Master, please take pity on disciple." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Quickly help disciple cultivate to the realm of literary sage, otherwise disciple will be separated from Bai An and won't even have the chance to drug her." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and pointed at Fu Jiwen again. "That day, you used these secret drugs to drug Bai An, right?" Fu Jiwen's expression changed, and he nodded and said, "Master is right, there are many kinds of feelings in this world." Back then, disciple also scoffed at the so-called love at first sight, thinking that the feelings between male prostitutes and mysterious women were bullshit, nothing more than carnal desires. But, to tell you the truth, disciple also said before that disciple had an indescribable feeling when disciple saw Bai An, and knew that Bai An would be disciple's life, so, sometimes, any subjective assumption can be wrong. When those seemingly absurd things happen to disciple will know the truth. "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Disciple, you are right. It seems that scholarly cultivators are indeed stronger than Taoists in some aspects, and Wu Tian may not have these experiences. Heavenly Master Wu. Junior brother's situation is different from disciples, we can't be lumped together." Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied, "He is already at the gold core stage, and will soon reach the nascent soul stage, disciple can't compare with him." But speaking of this, Fu Jiwen was a little embarrassed, and he frowned and said, "Master, Wu Tian is older than disciple, and his cultivation is higher than disciples. Although he became disciple later, disciple always calls him junior brother, and I am not used to it. Moreover, Lu Yi is still so young, and he is called senior brother, he also feels uncomfortable. Although Master thinks that we are all disciples, and it doesn't matter who is older or younger, disciple and others still feel." Chapter 3906. Haha, that's true. Xiaohua laughed. Master didn't want to take Wu Tian as a disciple, or rather, I just wanted him to be an outer disciple. But his situation is a bit special, if he doesn't follow Master, he might face a disaster, so I took him as an inner disciple. Master also wanted to arrange them according to cultivation, but I thought that our fortune gate shouldn't be based on cultivation, but on family ties, so I simply arranged them according to the time they entered the sect. This is just Master's temporary idea. But the problem is, Master's cultivation is getting higher. It's not impossible to take a nascent soul, out of body, or even great Confucian as disciples in the future. People care about face, it's not appropriate for them to call disciples with low cultivation as senior brother, even if they are outer disciples. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. Master still needs to think twice about this situation. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, actually, among ordinary cultivators, the disciples who enter the sect first will receive more teachings, and their cultivation will definitely be higher than those who enter later. But it's different for Master. You have so many senior brothers, and Master's teachings are all different. Not to mention Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, even within the Tao Gate, everyone's cultivation will be different in the future. For example, Wu Tian, although he's a golden core cultivator now, his future cultivation will definitely not be comparable to Yuanya, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei. Even if he becomes the eldest senior brother now, I'm afraid he will be even more humiliated in the future. This. Fu Jiwen nodded. Master's words are correct. Master is really a god. Your knowledge is as vast as the sea. Although Master's cultivation is not high now, Disciple knows that Master will definitely be the #1 person in the 3 continents. Master's divine ability is enough for Disciple like me to cultivate for a lifetime. Stop flattering. Xiao Hua scolded with a smile. You don't know Master's most powerful divine ability. Oh. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Master is right. Disciple thinks Master's lightning technique is the most powerful, but after thinking about it, I feel Master's sword technique is the most powerful, but Master's refining and alchemy techniques are also close to the peak. Disciple really can't think of which divine ability Master has the most powerful. Escape. Xiao Hua answered with a smile. Escape. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He asked in disbelief, what's the most powerful flying technique? Xiao Hua looked at the mountain peak that had already appeared in the distance and said meaningfully, there are 3,000 great Daos, and all of them lead to the heavens. Don't underestimate this escape technique. Who knows, I might even become an immortal with this escape technique. When he spoke up to here, Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he rubbed his palms together as he said with a smile, now that you've spoken up to here, Master has a plan. How about this? All of you disciples don't have to be arranged in any order. When Master succeeds, the one with the highest cultivation will be the eldest senior brother. Good. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and said, Master, what you said is right. This way, we can cultivate diligently. Is that cast emotion mountain in front? Xiao Hua pointed at the mountain peak in front of the flying carriage and asked. Disciple has never been here before, but looking at the phenomenon on this mountain, it should be cast emotion mountain. Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and carefully looked at the famous cast emotion mountain. He saw that this mountain peak was different from Broken Heart Mountain. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also completely green. There were no plants or mountain paths, so it was impossible for ordinary people to reach this mountain peak. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that although Broken Heart Mountain's forgotten love water was very strange, he couldn't see anything strange about it. However, this cast emotion mountain gave him a very oppressive feeling. Moreover, Cast Emotion Mountain was extremely tall, and there was a seemingly thin crack in the middle of the mountain that split the mountain into 2. Even though the crack was empty, it went all the way to the foot of the mountain. An indescribable aura seeped out of the crack, and it was as if a proud and aloof person was facing the blue sky. Hiss. Xiao Hua's pupils shrank when he saw this crack. A huge flying sword immediately appeared in his mind. This flying sword came from the heavens and earth. The peerless sword momentum that was rarely seen in this world appeared in a flash. Then, a huge crack appeared in his mind. That sword intent was already engraved in Xiao Hua's mind. Fellow immortal. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said with a slightly trembling voice, This is the true way of the sword. This crack is created by the gods, and it's definitely not something that any Taoist cultivator can split open. I even say that even sword immortals don't have this kind of divine ability. Using heaven and earth as a teacher is the way of heaven and earth. Fellow immortal, I have to go into seclusion for a while. With this sword intent of heaven and earth, I believe that my sword cultivation will reach great success. Okay. Xiao Hua himself also cultivated flying swords, so he naturally knew that the sword intent contained in this sword scar was very powerful. He nodded and wanted to take out the mountain river seal, but at this moment, a dignified voice sounded again, fellow Daoist, this old man sensed the aura of the 9 cauldrons. This is Gun Province, and if there's no accident, the Gun Province cauldrons should be within 100 miles. Ah. Happiness came too suddenly, and Xiaohua was caught unprepared. After all, he had just obtained the Shuzhou cauldrons in Su Province, and how long had it been? These 9 cauldrons were where the destiny of Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was located, so how could he find them again and again? He thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Daoist Longmai, don't be anxious, let's do business first. That Gun Province cauldron won't run away by itself." Okay. Longmai and Xiaohua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua took out the mountain river seal and let Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan out. Just as Fu Jiwen said, after Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan came out, they were first stunned, then they hurriedly saluted Xiaohua. However, after saluting, Yu Zhongquan deliberately moved to the side a bit, as if he was avoiding Chang Yuan. Looking at Chang Yuan again, she didn't care about Yu Zhongquan's small movements and asked, "Master, why did you suddenly call this disciple out?" Xiaohua went straight to the point and pointed at Casting Emotion Mountain, saying, "Look at this mountain first." Yes. Chang Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly looked at Casting Emotion Mountain. Yu Zhongquan also looked up. After a moment, seeing the confusion in their eyes, Xiaohua sighed and reminded them, "Look carefully at the gap between the mountain peaks. Do you feel that it's a sword mark? Was there a sharp flying sword that split it in half? Can you feel the sword force that pierces through heaven and earth?" Yu Zhongquan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Master, if you say it now, this disciple can see it, but this disciple is slow-witted and can't see any sword force." "Master, this disciple can't see it either." Chang Yuan was also a bit depressed. Xiaohua pinched his chin and turned to look at Fu Jiwen, asking, "What about you?" Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and replied, "Master, this disciple doesn't know if the legend is true, but this disciple really can't see any clues." "It can't be, right? You really can't see it." This time, it was Xiaohua's turn to be depressed. "I'm afraid this disciple hasn't cultivated to master's level yet," Chang Yuan said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "Well, master understands. Master previously had a sword intent that he hadn't completely comprehended. Now that I saw this gap, I immediately felt it. It should be a sign that the sword intent is about to break through the bottleneck. Congratulations, master, congratulations, master." Fu Jiwen and the other 2 were overjoyed and congratulated him, but they were all shocked in their hearts. They felt that it was incredible. After all, it was just a very ordinary scene that could make people break through their cultivation. They really couldn't understand it. Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. After all, he always felt that the 9 stars transit the sun swordsmanship was a bit weak, not as strong as the wishful staff. If he could comprehend such a sword intent that could split a mountain, it would really be a shocking blow. Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan. Xiaohua ordered, "Each of you choose a mountain peak and go to comprehend it. See if you can get anything." "Yes, master." Chang Yuan happily agreed and urged the weak sword light to fly up. Yu Zhongquan hesitated and said, "Master, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain peak." "Oh. What's the problem?" Xiaohua asked. "Disciple feels that this mountain peak is a bit ghostly. But if I look carefully, it's different from ordinary ghosts. Disciple can't tell why." Yu Zhongquan looked at the mountain peak in the distance and replied with some hesitation. Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's eyes were the same as Xiaohua's, also carrying a kind of surprise. However, Xiaohua still said, "Master understands. You go, sit face to face with Chang Yuan and release your sword intent." Let's see what you can comprehend. When Yu Zhongquan heard that he had to do everything with Chang Yuan, his neck stiffened slightly, as if he was unwilling. However, Xiaohua fiercely glared at him, and he could only shrink his neck. Yu Zhongquan also knew that Xiaohua wasn't his father. If he angered Xiaohua, he would definitely have a bitter fruit to eat. Of course, if he knew that Fu Jiwen was going to drug him, he would probably rush over and strangle Fu Jiwen to death. Of course, the premise was that his swordsmanship was successful. While Yu Zhongquan was hesitating and slowly flying towards Cast Emotion Mountain, Xiaohua patted his forehead and opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma eye. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that the Cast Emotion Mountain in front of him was just a Cast Emotion Mountain. Not only was there nothing that he couldn't see, there was also nothing special about it. Interesting. Xiaohua knew that as long as the Delirium Breaker Dharma eye could see something special, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. Yu Zhongquan landed on one side of the Cast Emotion Mountain. Chang Yuan had already sat down cross-legged on the other side. She formed a sword art in her hand and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yu Zhongquan's nose twitched for no reason. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen, who weren't flying over. He helplessly sat down cross-legged and formed a sword art. Chang Yuan smiled slightly and closed her eyes. A faint deer figure slowly flew out from the sword art. On the other side, a tiger figure that was much denser than the deer figure rushed out from Yu Zhongquan's sword art. Chapter 3907. Roar. The moment the tiger form appeared, it let out an angry roar and pounced towards the little deer. The little deer nimbly dodged, a little shy and a little scared as it dodged. Of course, Yu Zhongquan's tiger form sword intent wouldn't really destroy the little deer's sword intent. It was only frightened for a moment before it wagged its tail and circled around in the distance. The sword hairs on its body sparkled like tiger spots. The little deer was a little shy as it circled around the tiger form. The sword hairs weren't as bright as the tiger form, but the flickering sword hairs were like Chang Yuan's intention. What's the use of this? Xiaohua turned to look at Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to form within 100 miles of Cast Emotion Mountain. The clouds first spread out horizontally, and when they reached the top of their heads, they began to revolve around one another. Then, a thin layer of water vapor appeared on the green surface of Cast Emotion Mountain. This water vapor was like the tears of Cast Emotion Mountain that slowly dripped down. The sound of water was very soft, but it was also like the sobbing of ghosts. High up in the sky, the sound of wind whimpered from the dark clouds. It was also like a mournful moan. The sound of water and wind was like the whispers of lovers between heaven and earth. Master. Fu Jiwen's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Quick, quick, look inside the cloud vortex, sure." Since Fu Jiwen could see it, how could Xiaohua not see it? Xiaohua hurriedly placed his index finger on his lips and said, "Just look, don't speak." Wherever Xiaohua's gaze landed, the cloud vortex gradually deepened. Pieces of green light fell from the vortex like green snowflakes floating onto Cast Emotion Mountain. Every time a snowflake fell, Cast Emotion Mountain would fluctuate. Moreover, the fluctuations on both sides of the thin crack were different. However, the fluctuations landed on Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan, who were circulating their energy with their eyes closed. Pieces of light and shadow appeared between their eyebrows. After the light and shadow appeared, they landed on the crack and fused together to form a complete picture. In this picture, there were mountains, rivers, villages, farmlands, and of course, a man and a woman. As the light and shadow appeared, a faint and desolate singing voice came from the deepest part of the gap. I asked Buddha, why don't you give all women a face that shames flowers and obstructs the moon? The Buddha said, that's just the appearance of the epiphyllum, used to blind the eyes of the world. There is no beauty that can surpass a pure and kind heart. I give it to every woman, but someone covered it with dust. I asked Buddha, why are there so many regrets in this world? Buddha said, this is a whirling world. Whirling means regret. Without regret, no matter how much happiness you are given, you will not experience happiness. I asked Buddha, how can I make people's hearts not feel lonely anymore? Buddha said, every heart is born lonely and incomplete. Most people live their whole lives with this defect, because when they meet the other half who can make it complete, they either miss it by negligence or have lost the qualification to own it. I asked Buddha, what if you meet someone you can love, but you are afraid that you can't grasp it? Buddha said, how much love do you leave in the human world? Welcome the thousands of changes in the world and do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if it's a disaster, it's fate. Along with the question of Buddha that was engraved into the divine soul, pieces of light and shadow emerged from the space between Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Pictures of stones, grass, trees, scholars, mandarin ducks, butterflies, women, jade hairpins, all kinds of pictures emerged one after another. Their eyeballs spun rapidly, and the sword chi on their bodies gradually disappeared. The sword will in the shape of a tiger also disappeared completely. Gradually, it transformed into a small deer. Another small deer came over vivaciously, and the two small deers snuggled together. When they got closer, the two little deers slowly merged together and became one. The moment the sword chi merged, a wisp of sword chi spread out from Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's bodies. This sword chi fell on the deer, and the deer was very happy. Then, the sword chi rushed into each other's bodies through the deer. The sword chi became more and more abundant, and the sword chi of the deer became more and more condensed and clear. Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan were not the only ones who had changed. In the distant sky, Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were also standing there in a daze. Fu Jiwen's mind was filled with Tao Wu's smiling face, while Xiaohua's face carried traces of pain. When Xiaohua heard the song, the emotional strings in his heart were slightly plucked. As the song flowed through his heart, each and every word of the song flowed through his mind. One by one, lively faces, whether angry or happy, sad, frowning or crying, floated through Xiaohua's mind. Fairy Jing, Xan Xan, Xue Xue, Fairy Hong Xia, Huang Mingxiang. In the end, there were even some faces that Xiaohua was both unfamiliar and familiar with. Peacock, Chen Chen, Zhang Pinger, Xiao Jizi, Nie Qinyu. Although these faces were clear, they were just faces. Xiaohua naturally felt that there should be one more face among them, but he just couldn't find it. In the end, the faces of Fairy Hongxia, Xue Xue, and the others appeared again. Everything in the past floated in his mind. Slowly, 2 drops of tears flowed out from the corners of Xiaohua's eyes. The faint resentment towards Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia finally turned into smoke. Even Buddha said, how much love is left in the human world, to welcome the myriad of changes in the world and to do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if this is a tribulation, it is fate. For love, for Xiaohua's life, Xue Xue resolutely gave up her own life. This is a tribulation. Because of this tribulation, in the yin side of the space, in the netherworld lotus, she was reborn. The thousands of years of companionship of the statue of Zhang Xiaohua was also fate. And because of love, Fairy Hongxia decided to be together with the unknown Xiaohua. This is fate. But because of this fate, Fairy Hongxia developed a gap in her heart towards Xiaohua. The result was that although they were born, the 2 continents could not meet. This is another tribulation. The dead are gone, there is no need to chase. And the living are still here, there is no need to complain. If one only remembers the dead and complains about the living, it is truly unwise. Xiaohua's thoughts became clear along with the song. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. When he raised his eyes to look at Cast Emotion Mountain, two cocoon-like sword lights wrapped around Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan. All the light from before fell into the sword lights. The light and darkness overflowed between the two sword lights. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the soul execution primary light that was refined earlier. Seeing that Fu Jiwen was somewhat immersed in his thoughts, Xiaohua's mind fell into the yin side of the space. He accompanied the netherworld lotus for a long time before flying out. At this moment, the gloomy clouds on Cast Emotion Mountain had already dissipated, and the boundless sunlight shone down. The green light and the sceneries were turned into light dust by the sword radiance. Fu Jiwen was also looking at the vision in front of his eyes. He sighed and said, "Hearts are united on Cast Emotion Mountain, hearts are broken on Broken Heart Mountain." Although the story inside is vulgar and can't stand up to scrutiny, there are feelings in this world that can endure until the end of time. Cast Emotion Mountain's fruit is indeed Cast Emotion Mountain. How is this Cast Emotion Mountain? Xiaohua said faintly, "This is the Stone of Three Lives." Stone of Three Lives. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He looked at the huge mountain in disbelief and said, "Is this the legendary stone that can see the past life, present life, and future life as long as you step on it? But the Stone of Three Lives, is it this big? Who told you that the Stone of Three Lives is a small stone?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm afraid that no one knows that this Cast Emotion Mountain is the Stone of Three Lives, right?" "But," Fu Jiwen said curiously, "there are more than one or two cultivators who came to Cast Emotion Mountain. How come no one noticed it? Or what about the other couples? Others didn't notice it because they didn't have Master's divine ability." Xiaohua said with a smile, "As for what happened to others, it has nothing to do with us. Master only needs to know that Yu Zhongquan and Huang Chang Yuan are finally married." "Hee, that's right. Master, you're really a good matchmaker." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Disciple admires you very much." Xiaohua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings before instructing Fu Jiwen, "Disciple, I'm afraid that Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan will be stuck together like glue for a while. You stay here to protect them, Master will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen nodded respectfully. Xiaohua urged his body, and with a flash of earth qi, he disappeared in midair. Earth escape technique. Fu Jiwen naturally had the insight of a Taoist cultivator. He was really surprised by the exquisiteness of Xiaohua's earth escape technique. He looked at the disappearing earth qi and his eyes flashed with a strange light as he pondered. With Dragon Vein Xiaohua's Dragon Qi sensing, Xiaohua quickly found the location of the Gunzhou Cauldron underground. At this time, the Gunzhou Cauldron was still invisible. However, Xiaohua could sense that netherworld qi was overflowing in the area. It was obvious that the 9 cauldrons shaking the 9 states had been broken and the Gunzhou Cauldron's ability to suppress fate had disappeared. Xiaohua hesitated for a long time. When he saw that the Gunzhou Cauldron did not increase in netherworld qi after taking it out, he felt at ease and sent the Gunzhou Cauldron into his middle dantian. As soon as the Gunzhou Cauldron entered his middle dantian, it immediately merged with the other 7 cauldrons. The 4-colored true qi in the 8 cauldrons became more lively and vigorous. Looking at the faint aura of the netherworld, Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. It seems like there must be a reason for this abnormality that others don't know about. This 3-live stone isn't just standing here for no reason. This place must be connected to the netherworld. After observing for a long time, Xiaohua flew out from underground. The overflowing netherworld qi was quickly washed away by yang qi and did not cause any harm to the people in the surroundings. In fact, he understood that there must be a reason why the Gunzhou cauldron was placed here. Although the netherworld qi would not cause harm temporarily, it did not mean that it would not in the future. What Xiaohua needed to do now was to quickly find the remaining Yuzhou cauldrons and then place the 9 cauldrons back in the 9 states. Only then could they truly suppress the fate of the 9 states. When Xiaohua flew back to Casted Emotion Mountain, the strange phenomenon had completely disappeared. Yu Zhongquan was standing on Casted Emotion Mountain with Chang Yuan. At this time, Yu Zhongquan had a steady expression on his face. He was still holding Chang Yuan's hand. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were unwilling to let go. Chapter 3908. Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear in midair, Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is really incompetent." Previously, this disciple failed to live up to Master's expectations. Master cherishes this disciple so much that this disciple specially brought this disciple to Casting Emotion Mountain. This disciple will never be able to repay Master's kindness. Hearing this, Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen was talking nonsense when he was not around, but he did not point it out. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is not Master's kindness, but Chang Yuan's love for you. At the same time, it is the heaven and earth's pity for your love. Think about it, among the millions of couples in this world, which one has it as difficult as you two? Now, the two of you can finally hold hands and connect your hearts. Don't do anything that will hurt each other." Yes, this disciple was naughty and mischievous in the past, truly unbearable. Yu Zhongquan nodded and said, "Now, this disciple really feels Yuan-er's heart, and knows that I love her. In the future, this disciple will not let her down. I will grow old with her." "Grow old with her?" Xiaohua laughed. "How can you grow old after entering my fortune gate? Rest assured, cultivate as much as you want, Master will guarantee that you will remain young forever." "Yes, many thanks for Master's help." Chang Yuan smiled sweetly. Although the phrase "lovers will eventually find their way together" was very cliché, it was very appropriate to describe Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan. Heart connection and flying sword formation. I presume you two have already deeply experienced the essence of Sword Dao. Xiaohua smiled and said, "You two should take advantage of this time to cultivate. When you reach major completion in Sword Dao, you will be able to move unhindered in the world." Yes, this disciple understands. Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan lowered their heads and agreed. Then, they were sent into Xiaohua's space. Master. Watching the two of them disappear, Yu Zhongquan stomped his feet and looked at the green Casting Emotion Mountain below him. Why can't this disciple have such good luck? Not to mention this disciple can't see the 3 lives, just this disciple's cultivation. Looks like junior brother and junior sister are about to catch up. Who asked you to be so impatient? Who can you blame? Xiaohua smiled and said, "The heavenly book can't be opened for you right now, but don't worry, when it is opened, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Although Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan had such a fortuitous encounter, and their Sword Dao combined yin and yang, they are still inferior to your heavenly book. "Alright, Master, this disciple understands," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "This disciple will accompany Master to the next Lu town." Another half a day passed. After Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense, he decided to personally make a trip down. When he saw that Lu Zhen wasn't the Lu Zhen he was looking for, he hurriedly left with Fu Jiwen. To S2's heavenly palace, Tianzis 2. The Immortal Palace's methods were naturally impressive. Even though Xiaohua had captured a landlord before, he did not obtain any useful information from the landlord. Now that he was discovered by the landlord again, he did not notice it at all. After a few more days, nothing strange happened. After Xiaohua was disappointed more than 10 times, he gradually became indifferent. Although he didn't have the time to look for it in detail, he could just leave it behind the Dragon Island. After helping the little white dragon complete its body formation, he could be considered to be free. At that time, not only could he look for Lu Jin in the hidden immortal continent, he could even go to the Elysium world to look for him. He could also take advantage of this trip to see Jiang Luer's situation. Seeing that the weather was gradually getting colder, the number of rivers on the ground was gradually increasing. Many rivers were converging here. Xiaohua knew that he wasn't far from the North Sea. I really don't know what Ao Zhantian will look like when he doesn't see me. Xiaohua thought to himself and felt helpless in his heart. Suddenly, from the direction of the North Sea, 2 rays of clear eyes technique swept over like sharp swords. When the rays of clear eyes technique swept over Xiaohua, they immediately stopped. Then, without any scruples, they looked up and down and then quietly withdrew. Oh! Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and released his soul sense. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, he sneered and said, "How troublesome. Why are these Xianhuang token people endless?" Xianhuang token. Fu Jiwen was shocked. That day in the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, Fu Jiwen was captured by the 3 Xianhuang token people. Of course, he remembered it clearly. Before Fu Jiwen could speak, another pair of clear eyes swept over from behind Xiaohua. They also cast a glance at Xiaohua before slowly withdrawing their gazes. "Disciple, you should return to the Kunlun immortal realm. These Xianhuang token cultivators are vicious and merciless. They don't have the face to be a senior." Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He was too lazy to release his soul sense and said indifferently. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Master, this disciple still wants to see how you will display your invincible might and kill these Xianhuang token cultivators. TSK. You just want to see where your master is ranked in the Xianhuang board," Xiaohua said as he put away the Pegasus and flying chariot. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and asked disdainfully. "He, master is wise." Fu Jiwen grinned, "Master can be ranked in the Xianhuang board. This disciple is actually very proud. Go in." Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen. He said, "Your master was the last on the Xianhuang board. Now after the battle in the Black Wind Ridge, I must have improved. When your master kills these Xianhuang board cultivators, I will tell you." Still Xianhuang board cultivators? The Xianhuang token seems to be just a so-so. Fu Jiwen smiled. When his figure disappeared, he still mocked, "It seems that they are really tired of living." Yes, they are indeed tired of living. Xiaohua stood in the air coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and released the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, they are just 8 5th-grade elemental energy children. To you, they are just a piece of cake. Why do you need me to take action? One-on-one, not to mention mid-6th-grade elemental energy, even if they were high 6th-grade elemental energy, I would not be afraid." Xiaohua said indifferently, "But these are 8 mid-5th-grade elemental energy Xianhuang token cultivators. Who knows if they have any secret techniques? Do they have any special imperial tools? If 1 or 2 of them escape, Ai's whereabouts will be exposed. Before we reach the North Sea, we will be hunted down by the Xianhuang board cultivators." Wouldn't our trip to the North Sea be ruined? So that's how it is. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He said while flying, fellow cultivator has learned how to be ruthless. You know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. People will always change. As Xiaohua said this, he raised his head and looked at the 4 yellow-robed cultivators flying in front of him as if he was looking at a dead person. These 4 cultivators were about the same height and had ordinary appearances. If they were thrown into a crowd after taking off their yellow clothes, Xiaohua would definitely not give them a second glance. However, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them and he sneered in his heart. These 4 unremarkable cultivators were actually mid-5th grade elemental energy, much higher than Huang Shou and the others from before. It must be because he defeated true monarch Qing Yuan at Black Wind Mountain Range, causing the Xianhuang token to re-evaluate his strength. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over in an encirclement. They saw that Xiaohua not only did not escape, but also did not have any obvious defenses. He just stood there quietly like a quiet handsome man. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators' eyes were slightly astonished and they glanced at each other. However, when another 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over from behind Xiaohua, the 4 people's expressions gradually calmed down. After all, 8 mid-5th grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators were dealing with a person on the yellow board. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the Xianhuang token. The 8 yellow-robed cultivators surrounded Xiaohua. The cultivator opposite Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Are you Xiaohua? Since you all came to find this old man, how could you not know who this old man is?" Xiaohua sneered and said, "I heard that the Xianhuang token is an organization of the hidden immortal continent. How could you not know this?" Xiaohua, this old man originally thought that you would deny it, but I didn't expect you to be so frank. The yellow-robed cultivator laughed and said, "Seems like you've already met Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji." Xiaohua naturally did not intend to hide and nodded and said, "Indeed, I just don't know which descendants of the Huang clan you are. What's the use of a glib tongue when you're about to die?" The yellow-robed cultivator said coldly, "There's no need for you to use any provocation. Our Xianhuang token naturally has basic etiquette. We will also treat the dead with respect. This old man is Huang Jiao. This old man is Huang Yu. This old man is Huang Tu. This old man is Huang Fun. This old man is Huang Chia. This old man is Huang Mo. This old man is Huang Zhen. This old man is Huang Gui." The other 7 yellow-robed cultivators seemed to cherish their words like gold. They only reported their names and did not say anything else. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "This Xiao understands. Making friends, Chia Mo Zhen, your status in the Xianhuang token is much higher than Shou Zhenji. However, this Xiao is a bit strange. I don't know if I should ask." "Sure." Huang Yu nodded slightly. Xiaohua asked, "This Xiao heard that the first time he was listed on the Xianhuang token was because of the Copper Pillar State's matter. I'm afraid that the Copper Pillar State's king wanted this Xiao's life, so there was a bounty. However, this Xiao has already let go of the Copper Pillar State. Presumably, the Copper Pillar State's king himself knows that he has no reason to find trouble with this Xiao, right? How you got on the Xianhuang token is not something this old man and the others can know." Huang Yu refused to answer without hesitation. "All right." Xiaohua scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "I wonder where this Xiao is now on the Xianhuang token. Speaking of which, this Xiao is also curious. Where can I see the complete Xianhuang token?" "Congratulations, Your Excellency. As far as this old man knows, Your Excellency has now jumped from the last place to the top of the Xianhuang token." Huang Yu replied with a fake smile. Ah, this Xiao's progress is actually so great. I really have to thank the Xianhuang token for its help. Xiao Hua was very surprised and could not help but cup his hands. Chapter 3909. Yes, you killed Kong Hongwu of Yaotai Mountain, Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji, and recently defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan. In the hidden immortal continent where the number of Taoist cultivators is declining, you will naturally be ranked first on the yellow board. In the future, I know that you will be ranked on the Xian board. This yellow board is really small and can't accommodate a great god like you. Huang Yu mocked. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed. Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji wanted to kill me, so I had to fight. Perfected Lord Qingyuan wanted to destroy my Black Wind Ridge's descendants, so I had to fight. However, the Kong Hongwu you speak of has nothing to do with the Xiao. You know it clearly in your heart. This has nothing to do with us. Huang Yu said faintly. As for where to see the Xianhuang board, if someone else asked, I might answer. However, it's meaningless for you to ask this. If you want, you can go to hell and ask the judge in charge of life and death. How can that guy know? Xiao Hua waved his hand. He can't even kill a living person. Ha! Huang Yu laughed. Xiao Hua, this old man has killed so many people from the Huang board, but I have never seen someone who can be so calm and eloquent in front of this old man. Do you really have enough confidence to escape from this old man's hands? Why? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Do you think you can kill the people on the yellow board as soon as you make a move? Where do you get the confidence? Huang Yu looked at the others around him. Everyone was on guard and didn't speak, so he didn't rush to make a move. He smiled and said, of course. We can deal with the people on the yellow board as long as we make a move. If it's the people on the Xian board, we don't need to make a move. Xiao Hua touched his chin and answered hesitantly, this is troublesome. If I kill you, won't I be hunted down by the Xian board again? But what if I don't kill you? You won't be able to report back to your superiors. This world is truly a dilemma. How about this? Can you turn around now and pretend that you've never seen this Xiao? Attack! Huang Yu felt a chill in his heart and sensed that something was wrong. As he gave the order, he raised his hand and clapped. Three-colored genuine qi gushed out. Before the sub-body condensed by the inscriptions was complete, a pair of big hands had already attacked Xiao Hua. The noble qi surging between the inscriptions blocked the area in front of Xiao Hua for hundreds of feet. As soon as Huang Yu moved, the other cultivators moved as well. They clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. Although some of them activated their sword qi, while others activated their imperial equipment, each of them was only responsible for the area in front of them, displaying their divine abilities to the fullest in that area. And these 8 people simultaneously sealed off all of Xiao Hua's escape routes. Xiao Hua had no other choice but to fight. A bunch of kids. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. As he waved his hands, layers of heavenly thunder crazily rolled down. Taking advantage of the heavenly thunder hitting the sub-bodies of the 8 people, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand shook, and a light beam of more than 100 feet struck between Huang Yu and Huang Tu. When the light beam fell, it immediately pierced through the clouds surging around the two, and thousands of inscriptions turned into fireflies and collapsed. The two were shocked and slightly leaned to the side. However, their sub-bodies risked being bombarded by the heavenly thunder and were also prepared to deal with Xiao Hua's forceful breakthrough. But what puzzled the two was that Xiao Hua stood there without moving at all. Just when the two of them were puzzled, 10 rays of light flashed strangely in front of Xiao Hua. 10 Yuanying suddenly appeared. There's no corresponding record in the ancient records of the mysterious Yellow Order. Could it be that he wanted to die with me from the very beginning? Rumble. Huang Yu's thoughts came to an abrupt end. A thumb-sized heavenly tribulation lightning suddenly fell. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning mainly fell on the 10 nascent souls in Huang Yu, the 8 people, and Xiao Hua were just fish in the moat, this scattered heavenly tribulation lightning flashed and one of the 8 sub-bodies was destroyed. At the same time, Huang Zhen, who was closest to the heavenly tribulation lightning, had lightning appear on his body. The heavenly tribulation lightning was like a centipede that instantly climbed up Huang Zhen's body. In the blink of an eye, a small part of his body disappeared. Buzz. Buzz. Seeing that Huang Zhen's body was about to collapse, a strange cloud appeared around Huang Zhen's body. A yellow jade slip appeared under Huang Zhen's feet. With a trembling sound, Huang Zhen's body actually flashed extremely fast and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Huang Zhen moved, and Huang Yu and the others also went all out. The same jade slip floated out of the chests of the 7 people, producing strange fluctuations that wrapped around their bodies and the sub-bodies that hadn't completely collapsed. They actually broke free of the heavenly tribulation lightning's imprisonment and flashed into the void. Damn it, it's really like this. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed as he cursed inwardly. With Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he could easily ambush and kill Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, when facing 8 profound yellow token experts, Xiao Hua didn't have any confidence that he wouldn't let one of them escape. After all, every cultivator had their own ultimate escape technique. Therefore, Xiao Hua gave up on doing it himself and used the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 10 nascent souls to kill them. However, today's heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't be compared to the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 6th level Confucian cultivator. At that time, dozens of nascent souls arranged a simple capital heavenly star formation, which sealed off all the escape routes of the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator also wanted to kill Xiao Hua, unlike the 8 people in front of him who were ready to escape as soon as they saw something was wrong. Moreover, just as Xiao Hua thought, these 8 people all had a secret technique, and this secret technique might be the mysterious Yellow Order's mysterious Yellow Order. As Xiao Hua thought, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. Rumble. In the void, layers of 3 corpses in lightning rushed out. The 8 Confucian cultivators' figures had just disappeared, but they immediately reappeared. The teleportation that was forcibly triggered by the Huang Order was forcibly destroyed by Xiao Hua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. In just this critical moment, the 10 nascent souls surrounding the 8 people raised their heads at the same time and rubbed their hands together. The heavenly tribulation lightning that surrounded their spiritual bodies followed their hand seals and fell on Huang Yu and the others who had just revealed themselves. Ah! Huang Yu and the others were shocked. The yellow brilliance around their bodies collapsed like juice in the roaring heavenly tribulation lightning. Huang Zhen's body disappeared immediately, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. His soul was destroyed. As for the other 7 people, their bodies also melted under the heavenly tribulation lightning. Several streams of true qi rushed out from all parts of their bodies, like ignited fireworks, extremely gorgeous and cruel. Hiss. The heavenly tribulation lightning naturally didn't let Xiao Hua go. Xiao Hua's body also turned into flowing liquid under the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, the heavenly tribulation lightning of these 10 nascent souls still couldn't compare to the previous dozens of nascent souls. After a while, Xiao Hua appeared from the heavenly tribulation lightning. His body was in tatters. Among the 7 Confucian cultivators with the mysterious Yellow Order, there were Huang Yu and the other 2. Although their bodies were riddled with holes like rags, their primordial spirits hadn't disappeared. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation lightning had loosened, the three cultivators fled in three directions. Troublesome, Xiaohua frowned. The divine will hammer smashed towards Huang Yu. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a powerful magic power was born, imprisoning Huang Fen, who had already escaped several kilometers away. As for the other cultivator who escaped the fastest, Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Just as the divine will hammer smashed Huang Yu into a meat paste, a loud bang sounded. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light appeared and split that cultivator in two. Finally, Xiaohua clasped his hands together, and Huang Fen, who was imprisoned, struggled with all his might and was crushed into pieces. Huang Fen's primordial spirit was the same as Huang Yu and the others. It was already weak from the heavenly tribulation lightning. Now that it was killed by Xiaohua, it didn't take much magic power to destroy his primordial spirit. Tsk tisk. Green-robed Xiaohua flew back. He smacked his lips and sighed, "It's really killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It's just 8 middle-stage 5th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators, and you actually wasted 10 scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation. These 10 scattered soul cultivators might be able to kill a middle-stage 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Hee, they will have to face the heavenly tribulation sooner or later." If you don't use it now, they won't be able to hide their cultivation in the future. Wouldn't that be even more wasteful? Xiaohua said with a grin. He collected the Qinkuan bags left behind by the 8 Confucian cultivators. The heavenly tribulation lightning this time wasn't as abnormal as last time, so the Qinkuan bags weren't completely destroyed. Green-robed Xiaohua shook his head. "I can't bear to see fellow Daoists' stingy appearance." "If you can't bear to see, then don't look. Who wants you to see?" Xiaohua said. He released his mind and sent green-robed Xiaohua and the Kunlun mirror into the space. "You should hurry up and teach your own disciples. When they succeed in their cultivation, I won't have to waste the scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation." Chapter 39:10. Master, you're done so quickly. When Fujiwen was released by Xiaohua to drive the flying car, he was very surprised and shouted. "Nonsense, it's just a few 5th-grade elemental energy kids. Do you need to be so serious?" Xiaohua replied disdainfully. Hee, Master, what's your ranking now?" Fujiwen asked while driving the flying car with a mischievous smile. "Guess." "Do you still need to guess?" Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's complacent face and immediately understood. He said, "Since it's the Yellow Order cultivators who attacked, and Master is on the yellow list, and Master was able to defeat the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal Palace, you should have the cultivation of the 5th-grade elemental energy. Although I'm not sure about the mysterious Yellow Order, but now you must be first on the yellow list." Yes, if these 8 mysterious Yellow Order cultivators can't return to the mysterious Yellow Order, then Master can squeeze into the mysterious list. Xiaohua nodded. He knew in his heart that if the mysterious Yellow Order sent people again, it wouldn't be so simple. Maybe the next one would be a middle or upper 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Thinking of this, Xiaohua asked curiously, "Disciple, who do you think would put out such a big reward for the experts of the mysterious Yellow Order to kill Master?" "Master, Disciple doesn't know much about the mysterious Yellow Order, let alone the mysterious Yellow Order. Disciple can't answer your question." After all, Fujiwen's experience was not as good as Jing Xianzi and the others, so he really didn't know these things. "Forget it." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves. Maybe after this, the mysterious Yellow Order will give up the idea of killing Master. "Oh, right, these are the Qinkuan bags of those cultivators. Take them and see what's suitable for you." Saying this, Xiaohua generously gave a few Qiankuan bags to Fujiwen. Who knew that Fujiwen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, you should take them yourself. Disciple is now focused on cultivating the true qi in my chest, hoping to unlock the seal of the heavenly book as soon as possible. Disciple is not like master who can dabble in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, so disciple shouldn't be distracted." Okay. Xiaohua knew that what Fujiwen said was reasonable, so he casually threw the Qiankuan bag into his space. If it was in the past, the green-robed Xiaohua would have caught them and checked what was inside. But now, the green-robed Xiaohua was busy teaching his disciples and did not pay attention to these Qiankuan bags. Fujiwen urged the flying carriage to fly for another few hundred kilometers. Immediately after, another divine sense chased after the flying carriage. After sweeping past Xiaohua, a slightly anxious voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned and ordered Fujiwen to stop the flying chariot. He stood on the flying chariot and looked at the origin of the divine sense with displeasure. A short while later, a familiar figure flew over from afar. It was none other than the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, Daoist Qing Su. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua's appearance from afar and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He called out, "Where are you going? If there's nothing urgent, please follow I back." "Why?" Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked. "I received news that the mysterious Yellow Order wants to send disciples to kill fellow Daoist. The mysterious Yellow Order has eyes and ears all over the world. Fellow Daoist is in danger now, so follow I to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor and ask for his protection." Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua and said seriously. Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, "If I didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers at the Black Wind Ridge, I'm afraid I wouldn't have attracted the mysterious Yellow Order's attention, right? I don't have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Hee hee." Daoist Master Qing Su also smiled faintly and said, "Even if fellow Daoist didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers, since fellow Daoist was able to escape from the Black Wind Ridge, no matter what method you used, Kong Wukong was killed by you. In that case, Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain was also killed by fellow Daoist Xiao. Since that is the case, why is fellow Daoist Xiao still trying to hide it? Why not make a big deal out of it? It's better to turn the world upside down. Damn it." Xiaohua almost jumped up as he said, "Right now, there are already 8 Yellow Order cultivators with mid-tier 5th grade essence energy chasing after this Xiao. How do you expect this Xiao to continue hiding?" "Ah." Daoist Master Qing Su was shocked. Eight Confucian cultivators at the 5th level of essence energy. Daoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He straightened his clothes and bowed, saying, "Junior Qing Su greets Senior Xiao. Junior congratulates Senior Xiao for entering the profound ranking. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the Immortal Palace comes to find Senior and invite Senior to the Penglai Immortal Realm." "What?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Do I have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor to avoid this disaster?" "Yes, that's what Junior meant." Daoist Master Qing Su nodded and said, "The Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor Go Qin has the Supreme Heavenly Mirror and can search the entire 9 prefectures. No matter where Senior hides, he won't be able to find out." Even if you don't use the clear sky mirror, the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears are all over the hidden Immortal Continent. Senior won't be able to hide anywhere. And it said that the mysterious Yellow Order was able to find Senior this time because the Earth sensed it. If Senior doesn't rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the Immortal Palace's pursuit. These Earths are really everywhere. Xiaohua naturally knew how powerful the Earths were inside in his heart. Since Senior has such strength now, you should do your best for the revival of our Dao sect. Daoist Master Qing Su persuaded again, Senior, you've seen a few Dao sect seniors who escaped from the Penglai immortal realm. They heard that the ancestor had escaped, so they specially came to rely on the ancestor and do their best for our Dao sect. Daoist Master Qing Su, everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force it. Xiaohua shook his head and said, although Xiaohua has the heart to do his best for the revival of our Dao sect, Xiaohua's wings are not fully grown yet. When Xiaohua feels that it's necessary, I'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. All right. Daoist Master Qing Su's persuasion was fruitless. He nodded and said, Senior's strength is far greater than Junior's. Presumably, Senior's vision is also far greater than Junior's. Junior doesn't dare to say anything. Everything will be up to Senior. Moreover, Senior has killed countless Confucian cultivators. The ancestor appreciates Senior's actions. Junior doesn't worry that Senior will harm our Dao sect. However, Junior is worried that Senior's sharpness will be too exposed. Previously, the Immortal Palace subjugated the Immortal Palace in the Black Wind Ridge didn't pursue the matter. However, if Senior's reputation is too great, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families won't let Senior off. Old man knows this. Xiaohua nodded, old man has no choice but to kill the mysterious Yellow Order's people. I can't let them escape, right? Oh, right, Daoist Master Qing Su, do you know why the mysterious Yellow Order's people are chasing after Xiaohua? Who put up the bounty? Junior doesn't know. Daoist Master Qing Su shook his head and said, actually, sometimes when you reach the top of the Xian ranking or the Yellow ranking, it's not necessarily because someone put up a bounty. Perhaps the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families or the Immortal Palace can push the ranking of the people on the mysterious Yellow ranking to the top. Alright, Xiaohua understands. Xiaohua nodded again. If fellow Daoist doesn't have anything else to say, Xiaohua will take his leave. Senior, don't worry. Daoist Master Qing Su hurriedly took out a few Qianquan bags and handed them over, saying with a smile, Senior, do you still remember the agreement you made with Junior in front of the Yaotai Mountain? I remember. Xiaohua looked at the Qianquan bags and nodded, saying, is this the material for refining weapons? Yes, Senior. Daoist Master Qing Su replied, there's also a method to refine a communication jade shadow inside. When the ancestor found out that Senior can refine weapons, he was very happy and even gave Senior several methods to refine magic weapons. In addition, the ancestor also said that if Senior is willing, Senior can directly communicate with him through a communication jade shadow. Of course, unless there's an important matter, the ancestor is afraid that the Immortal Emperor or other people will know. Xiaohua understands. If there's nothing special, I won't reveal the ancestor's whereabouts. Xiaohua took a look at the Qianquan bags and said, so many materials, I wonder what kind of magic weapon the ancestor wants to refine. The ancestor originally wanted to give Senior a list of items. Daoist Master Qing Su hurriedly replied, however, there are too many Daoist cultivators seeking refuge with the ancestor now, and there's also a need for a lot of magic weapons. Therefore, the ancestor said that there's no need for any magic weapons, as long as Senior can refine them. Of course, if Senior has already refined them, that's the best, Junior can take some back first. That last sentence wasn't said by the ancestor, right? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. That's right. Daoist Master Ching Su didn't hide it and said with a smile, just now, Junior suddenly remembered that Senior also traded some things on the Yaotai Mountain. Presumably, there's also materials for refining weapons. Xiaohua looked at Daoist Master Ching Su and said with a cold tone, Ching Su, Xiaohua has always regarded Daoist cultivators as my brothers, and I also regard you and the ancestor in a new light. However, if you try to spy on Xiaohua's whereabouts, don't blame Xiaohua for, Daoist Master Ching Su hurriedly said with a smile, Senior, you're thinking too much. That's what Junior did when he didn't know Senior well. Now, even if Junior has more courage, Junior wouldn't dare to do it. And, that's good. Xiaohua took the Qinkuan bags and threw them into the space. Then, he took out another Qinkuan bag and filled it with some magic weapons refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. He handed it to Daoist Master Ching Su and said, this was refined by Xiaohua in the past. Give it to the ancestor. Good, good, good. Daoist Master Ching Su took the Qinkuan bag and stole a glance. He couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly kept it. He bowed and said, Junior thanks Senior on behalf of the ancestor. Junior didn't take enough materials, Junior will definitely make up for it next time. Oh, there's no hurry. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, coincidentally, Xiao has something to discuss with you. Senior, please speak. Daoist Master Ching Su carefully kept the Qinkuan bag and said with a smile. Daoist Master Ching Su, since you can find out about the Xianhuang token, Ancestor must have a lot of spies on the hidden immortal continent, right? I wonder if Xiaohua can inquire about some things, or if there's any news on the hidden immortal continent that you can inform Xiaohua in time. This. Daoist Master Ching Su was very hesitant and said with a smile, this matter is of great importance, it's not something that Junior can decide. When this Junior returns this time, I will definitely report this matter to the ancestor and ask him to make a decision. Chapter 39:11. Xiaohua was not surprised by this answer. He nodded and said, all right, I'll wait for your news. Also, I'll have to trouble you to ask the ancestor where there are metal and wood elemental magnetism, metal and earth elemental magnetism, or extreme magnetic light in the hidden immortal continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and Pure Land. I'm willing to use this information as the price for refining. Yes, yes. Daoist Master Ching Su readily agreed. Junior will definitely pass on Senior's message. Junior can also clearly tell Senior that if the ancestor knows, he will definitely tell Senior. Even if he doesn't know, he will definitely send someone else to look for it. After all, we're all Daoist disciples, it's natural for us to exchange information. Good. If that's the case, I'll definitely thank you. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Junior will take his leave. Daoist Master Ching Su knew that Xiaohua wanted to send him off and hurriedly bowed. If Senior has any news, even if Junior doesn't come, I will send someone else to inform Senior. N. Xiaohua nodded and watched Daoist Master Ching Su leave. Master. Fujiwen, who had been watching from the side, said, a mountain can't have two tigers. As Master's cultivation increases, sooner or later, you will become a threat to the Grand Mist Ancestor. Who knows what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is? If you rely on him, who knows what will happen in the future? Master naturally knows this. Xiaohua nodded. That's why Master never agreed to it. It's because Master doesn't know what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is. In particular, Master isn't interested in any power or influence. I don't even have any great ambitions. I don't like to get involved in these lively matters. Fujiwen smiled. Master's attitude is exactly what a Taoist cultivator should have. However, this attitude is despised by Confucian cultivators. A real man should be indomitable, establish a great cause for all ages, and leave a name for all eternity. Ha! Xiaohua shakes his head. There are 100 kinds of rice in this world, and 100 kinds of people are raised in this world. Everyone has their own life and aspirations. Not everyone can become nobles, generals, or ministers, and not everyone is suitable for cultivation. This kind of world is a colorful world. Moreover, a person's personality decides everything. If you want me to be a monarch or an immortal emperor, my butt will be pricked with thorns. Ah, well said, Master. Fu Jiwen gave a thumbs up and praised, actually, looking at senior brother Xiong Yi, senior brother Lan and senior brother Li Xiang, this disciple knows that Master is different from them. Even these three Yuanying senior brothers are different from each other. Therefore, we should let those who want to be the sect master be the sect master, and let those who want to cultivate cultivate. This kind of fortune gate is the true seed for the revival of the righteous Tao gate. Xiaohua said, moreover, as I said before, the immortal palace allowed the Tao sect cultivators to cultivate by establishing a country. This was originally changing the Tao sect's cultivation method. If we don't solve this problem from the root, the Tao sect won't be able to revive in the hidden immortal continent. This. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and said, Master's ambition sounds even grander than the Grand Mist ancestors. I really don't know when it can be realized. Master, you should work hard in your cultivation. This disciple thinks highly of you. After following me for so long, you've actually become so glib-tongued. Xiaohua patted Fu Jiwen's head and said with a smile, I really don't know if by and can control you in the future. That. When Fu Jiwen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He probed, Master, this disciple still has by and. Master and Senior Murong, oh, actually that Senior Gongshu is also quite good, Xiaohua's face darkened. He glared at Fu Jiwen and said, Is there a disciple who talks to his master like this? I'm innocent, Master. Fu Jiwen said with grievance. This disciple is concerned about Master. Can't you feel the strong feelings between Master and disciple? People's relationships are really complicated. If we don't stay together for life, how can we know if there's any unforeseen event? Master has lived for a long time and has experienced a lot. The experience of relationships is much more difficult than ordinary experience. Xiaohua naturally thought of the feelings he had on the Cast Emotion Mountain and said with some regret. Fu Jiwen somewhat understood and said in a low voice, Master has been looking for Lu Town. Could it be that there's a childhood sweetheart in Lu Town? No. Xiaohua shook his head. Lu Town is where Master was born. Ah. Master. Fu Jiwen seemed to suddenly understand and said with some surprise, You mean? Yes, Master is looking for Master's hometown. When Xiaohua said hometown, endless homesickness and homesickness rushed into his heart. The loneliness of a cultivator naturally arose spontaneously. If Xiaohua was like this, how could Fu Jiwen not be like this? After a long while, Fu Jiwen said with disappointment and frustration, Master, this disciple suddenly wants to go home. That's normal. Xiaohua nodded. Confucian cultivators often say that if one's parents are present, one won't travel far. Although the Fu family is unfair to you, the Fu family still has your parents. This blood relationship can be felt even from thousands of miles away. Master, this disciple has a suggestion. Fu Jiwen suddenly said, I don't know if I should say it. Just say it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master's Kunlun Wonderland seems to be huge. If Fujiwen said half a sentence and felt that it was inappropriate. He smiled and said, "Is this disciple being too greedy?" "Of course," Xiaohua said with a smile. "The Kunlun mirror is a famous magic treasure of our Dao sect. The universe inside is limitless. There's no harm in cultivating inside, not to mention letting your family live inside. However, you have to think carefully. Although your idea is good, your parents might not be willing." Yes, this is also Junior's dilemma. Fujiwen was a bit sad. Disciple feels that the Kunlun Wonderland is full of spiritual energy. Ordinary people living inside will definitely live a long life. Although my parents are Confucian cultivators, their aptitude is ordinary. Their lifespan might not be very long. Disciple was expelled from the Fu family because of my parents' love for me. No need to be long-winded. Xiaohua said with a smile. After Master finishes this matter, I will go to the Fu family with you. With a wave of my sleeve, I will move your Fu family to the Kunlun Wonderland. How about that? Master, you want to rob? Fujiwen was in a good mood. He said with a smile, however, disciple likes it. Disciple will accompany Master to rob. And Wang Bianfei's mother. Xiaohua suddenly thought. She is Wang Bianfei's only family in this world. That day, Master only wanted to leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range and let Wang Bianfei follow me to gain experience, but I forgot about this. If this little guy remembers it in the future, I'm afraid he will blame Master. That's right. Wang Bianfei's mother is a secular person. She has never cultivated before. These several decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Wang Bianfei is still young, so he might not know. But in the future, it is really hard to say. Fujiwen nodded. Xiaohua looked at Fujiwen and said, I will leave this matter to you. After finishing this matter in the North Sea, we will go to Su province first, then return to Yu province. Remember to remind Master. Yes, Master. Fujiwen was really grateful. He had never heard of a cultivator who was so generous. Not only did he teach his disciple to cultivate, but he also helped his disciple's parents. Of course, Fujiwen didn't know that Xiaohua's space was incomparably huge. It was millions of miles wide. Although this space couldn't be compared to the hidden immortal continent, it was more than enough to accommodate the small Fu family. Xiaohua even had some new ideas in his mind. With such a large space, it would be idle. If there were some ordinary people living in it, it would be another kind of peaceful life and work, and also another kind of experience, right? The special thing was that cultivators came from ordinary people. If the space was full of cultivators, it might not be called heaven and earth. There must be some happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in order to be a real world. Xiaohua actually had a feeling that this kind of experience, if it was formed, it would be more important than his ordinary cultivation. Disciple, life is cultivation. If you don't have experience, how can you have experience? You should go back and think about it. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said, Master originally wanted to find a few more Luzhens, but now it seems that the people from the mysterious Yellow Order have already caught up. We should speed up. You go back and cultivate first. Master will speed up and go to the North Sea. Master, you take this disciple. Fujiwen said with a smile, your speed is fast. If you don't fly right, it will be even harder to fly back. All right. Xiaohua knew that Fujiwen was right. He put away the Pegasus and flying chariot and covered Fujiwen with his big sleeve. His whole body flickered with light and he instantly disappeared in the air. The North Sea was misty and boundless. Countless beautiful stories and legends were born from the depths of the serene blue sea. Some people said that there was an immortal island that was hard to see by ordinary people in the North Sea. On the immortal island, there were immortal immortals. Some people said that there were reefs in the depths of the North Sea. On the reefs, there were valuable sea pearls. There were also people who said that there were fish nests in the North Sea. Not only were there all kinds of fish in the fish nests, there were also mermaids with human heads and fish bodies. Therefore, some people traveled on boats to the immortal mountain to find immortals. Some people traveled on water to the reefs to find sea pearls. Some people went out to sea, and some people returned. Some people went out and didn't come back. Some people went out and came back with a full load. There were many stories in the North Sea. No one knew whether these stories were true or false. However, everyone knew that there was a North Sea Dragon Palace in the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was more real than those legends and stories. However, no one knew where the North Sea Dragon Palace was. Some people said it was on an immortal island. Some people said it was beside the reefs. In the end, they simply said that the North Sea Dragon Palace was in the North Sea. There were many treasures in the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, no one was greedy because they knew that there was a dragon race in the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was a race that the human race couldn't hope to reach. Therefore, people put their hope in the legends. Many people went out to sea to search for these beautiful legends. These people were there in the past, there are now, and there will be more in the future. These people were not so much looking for these beautiful legends.